Alright, hello and welcome to
Idiot,
this
man.
episode of Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game, where as we're apparently learning this week is how much can technology fuck up everything in like 10 minutes?
Yeah,
And
mostly
the
me.
answer is
At
all
least
of it.
3. At least 3.
Don't tempt it.
Triple
Yeah,
threat of Discord switching inputs, microphones degrading. Actually, I think it might be because my cat has chewed on this microphone.
Oh,
Like,
and
I'm not
it's
joking.
connecting. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Finally.
there are literal like bite marks on the inside of this microphone. So that's why I prefer to use this one. And also, like, the issues with my camera only occur when it's plugged into my PC directly. Like, it stopped. What fixed it last time and what fixed it this time is I've got it on the USB extender instead of being plugged directly into my machine. So you would think it would be the opposite, but apparently, no.
That's weird. Yeah.
Oh,
We love
So now my
technology.
mouse is all laggy because it's almost out of batteries and I have the dongle too far away.
Shit.
More than one thing battery thing died today. Let's go for a I don't know, let's go for a hat trick. Fuck it, why not?
My keyboard's fine because it's all wired
Don't say that. It's not gonna be fine for long.
for now. It might just disconnect.
Knock on wood.
It is full of cat hair though, so that is a bit of a problem.
I'll
Well,
do it.
I guess I'm glad to have you all here, even if all of your computers apparently fucking hate you right now.
yeah.
And I would say, like, I was hoping everybody was better rested this week than last, but I don't think that's true either.
No.
No.
Well, I feel better physically than last week, but
Slightly.
yeah. Like,
In my defense, I made breakfast.
Yeah.
is that new for you?
He's done it
I made
twice now.
breakfast. I made breakfast.
Ever?
Because,
For
to
me.
be fair,
Yeah.
Joel, I never am up in the morning.
Breakfast is more of a
Let him
state
have
of
this.
mind.
Okay, in my defense, I made breakfast at the time that Dan and his mother would have breakfast.
Yeah.
There you
The
go.
only thing stopping you from making breakfast at 3 a.m. is cowardice.
Exactly.
I still make myself breakfast at those times, but you know.
Yeah, but you're awake at those times, like, vampires.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Sven's a vampire, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew.
That explains so much.
I did.
Yeah.
Either way, it's looking like probably going to be a relatively quiet session this time either. So for those of you who still feel like vomit warmed over, hurrah. And I guess before we get into everything, I'd like to announce that we here at Rough Rolling are looking into possibly doing a new series in a campaign of Call of Cthulhu. Because that is a system that really fucking punishes you when you screw up.
Yay.
Oh
We
yeah.
need to play. We still need to play GURPS. It's the fastest, easiest to understand system out there.
No, I'm getting fucking flashbacks already. Don't say GURPS.
Fastest in one thing, getting people to go, I want to play TTRPGs too. I hate all of you. I never want to lose my phone number.
Aim, aim.
It wasn't
Aim.
that bad.
Dude,
Yes,
we need
it
to
was.
we need to play
Just-
Fatal.
Just
No.
1 in 8 attack.
Aria
Okay,
tells me about
Just need
this
1 in 8
system.
attack.
The things you have to roll for on your character sheet in this system beggar belief. They're
Oh,
a
yeah.
war crime. I'm pretty sure there's a UN commission
Yeah.
over it.
Oh,
As long as we're
shit.
not playing one of those like powered by the apocalypse systems, I'm fine, whatever.
What's weird is that, like,
That's
Aria
fair.
loves that system. Or at least, was it that one or...
Which one?
No, Fate. I think it was Fate.
Yeah, PBTA's you
Not.
can't even call those like systems.
I don't think even
They're suggestions.
people who've I don't think anyone would say that Fatal is their favorite system.
Fatal.
No,
Was
I'd
there,
hope
uh,
not.
no, I'm saying Fate.
Being facetious.
Fate is their favorite. Or one of them. She'll correct me in about like 30 minutes when she drops in on the stream.
What's
so
that
I'll wait to
weird-
hear about it.
What's that weird
War crime.
system that like has 20 pages on breeding mechanics, and it's like weirdly
That's fatal.
simulator.
Yeah, I was about to
Yeah,
say most
that's
likely
fatal.
fatal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought so.
Oh, it's way
don't
worse
you-
than that. It's
I-
so much worse than that.
I don't want to say it on stream,
Anyways.
but there's
So much
never
more.
mind. I'm just
Fatal
gonna
is
drop
my-
fatal.
Fatal is my favorite in a funny haha way.
Oh, it's really funny, but it's about all I can say about it.
So, and
That's
now
all
that
I
I
was thinking.
posted that, Arya will 100% now answer. Either way, so I'm working for a scenario for us to kind of learn on that is,
Stuck in
hopefully
my armor.
we'll
Ow.
we'll see how it goes. We're gonna do a piece out of Octum Cthulhu, so we're gonna do a strike and see how that goes. But anyways, I guess until then, let's cover what happened last time in this campaign. So, last time on Rough Rolling, the party went to Palace Lutendorf in order to speak with Christoph Lutendorf the Younger, the son of the current sitting Duke Lutendorf, as he was recommended to the party by somebody abroad. The man himself proved relatively genial and even affable, and the party was able to use his copiously and voluminously large personal library in order to check on topics that they were interested in. And this actually worked out pretty well, as they garnered a decent amount of information and leads, contacts on existing questions, and beyond that. Primarily related to the Ark that was moved from the Temple of Vase beneath Innsbruck, and the events leading up to its removal from the city of Drakengard as the Empire collapsed in on itself. Other questions included information related to the Dreamstone and the Book of Dreams. After this, the party departed and then split up to do some personal things. This included granting Etor a voice, and Fernix learning to make sugar glass, while Sven followed around waxing poetic, couching questions and suppositions. Vic traveled out of the city to construct a small way station for travelers to borrow and donate supplies and equipment, and Daxius went off to do his own more in-depth research before finally everybody grouped back together that evening at Bannerholm. Once they reconvened, you all met with Cyrus, who informed you all that an informant named Hummingbird had made contact with him. They went to the Red Hall, a copper foundry in the old docks, to meet with them. Hummingbird turned out to be a thin woman who told them that she was an information broker, and if they wished to get in contact with what remained of Barvasi's band, that it would cost 100 gold and a day of waiting for her to do her job. She was paid and then departed. And now, left still waiting, the party has, I believe, gone off because Cyrus was going to go in and take in another show and probably drink and eat something late on a, what is this, a Thursday? Nope, it is a fire day. It's a fire day evening. Perfect days.
Yeah.
So Vic, you're gonna be calling your place Greater Willpower, right? Goodwill.
Us?
No.
I think I get it.
It's a shack,
Is
so probably not.
Goodwill. Greater Willpower? No? Okay. Never mind.
I understand the joke. I'm just choosing
No,
not to
no.
interact with it.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it. It's fine.
Okay, explain it to me in greater detail.
Okay, so
Oh no, here we go.
Goodwill is a company in America
Mm-hmm.
that's all about donating and
Oh.
getting stuff for cheap, right?
That's
You mean
not what
Barry,
I
please?
thought.
So, but we can't use that because we have to be legally distinct. So, Greater Willpower is a D&D pun. I can go deeper if you want.
You know what?
No.
We'll talk about it after the game.
Okay, I'll message you.
Yeah, we'll get into a call.
Sure.
I don't really need to sleep tonight.
Oh, man. So, we're going to reconvene with you guys, moving back through the city from Old Lunabrook, going towards where Cyrus tells you he'll be taking in the show, which is a coffee house slash kind of... How do I want to describe this, I suppose? Kind of a club in the... People sit around, drink expensive drinks, wear turtlenecks, and that kind of thing. However, it also helps that it's right across the street from the University of Lunabrook, and therefore probably a decent amount of the clientele come from there. However, he does tell you that in the evening they do serve booze. They generally kind of rotate a lot of different acts, and that they have gotten better recently. More interesting, I suppose. It takes you guys about a half an hour to walk through the city, but you finally get to the club in question. And seeing it is a relatively newer building and pretty busy. People are standing outside, some are looking in the windows, other people are just drinking and standing and talking. And as you get inside, it is loud. It's loud, it smells like coffee, it smells like liquor, it smells like tobacco smoke. It is smoke-ridden, and somebody is currently up on stage playing an instrument relatively well, but in a very odd manner. Let's say cultural. Sven, you might be a little more interested, considering it most likely takes a lot of inspiration from catfolk music, like those of the Gypsy or Romani.
You know, I was considering throwing tomatoes, but if it's catfolk, I'll throw fish.
Well, the performer is not catfolk, but...
So he's a racist.
Cultural appropriation.
He's culture. Yes, he's stealing your culture. Quick, get him.
And he's profiting
Sven-
off of it.
Sven turns around, ruffles his hair up a certain way, turns back around. He has Karen hair now. He starts approaching.
You guys are able to find a table sort of in the middle of the pack. Inside, it is a lot of large tables, which isn't uncommon for this era, even for a joint like this. But a lot of them are facing towards a singular stage. Definitely not as big as, say, the Devil's Dive, where you actually saw an actual show the previous night. This is much more low-key. However, there does appear to be access to like some sort of backstage. There is like a very relatively small curtain, and there's space above the equipment that is currently up on stage. There are a decent amount of instruments that are already there that are not currently being used. So you're able to sit, place an order, and sit in tobacco smoke and definitely some stuff that ain't tobacco. Drink, eat, and make merry as time passes for a little bit. It's only been about a half an hour since you met with Hummingbird, so... And I think this might be the first time that you've all kind of reconvened after a lot of the research was done, so there might be talking points there. So please.
You know, I was looking into it, and, you know, I noticed in one of these books we found it mentions... And Sven gets in a little bit of a quieter whisper. Not quite whispering, but, you know, quieter so that it's not heard above the hum of the rest of the tavern. He says, "We've got a good amount of ironstone, and this golem book, it mentions that you can use it as a heart for golems. Make something fairly big with it. Probably not the way we use it, but it's a thing to think of. No? Fernix, you know how to make this kind of stuff, yes?"
I haven't made golems myself, but in theory, it should be something we could incorporate.
Perhaps we could use ironstone in other ways, like a sword hilt.
Right.
It would be so powerful to fuel an entire golem.
I
Who knows?
was hoping to end up deciding what precisely to do with it. There is also the matter of the connected individuals.
Yes, I'd rather not jeopardize a living or approaching living soul
Do you
just
think
for
that...
Same.
minor power.
Do you
I don't-
think that... Well, no, more... My thought process was... Do you think if we made them into a golem, it would be giving them a new form?
That's what I'm saying. We just don't know what will happen.
Right. It's
Perhaps this soul can live once more, no?
mhm. Well, even if, from what I can gather, one aspect of what we may be dealing with here is simply a very, very complete recollection of a memory or something like that. Even then, it still doesn't really feel right to erase something that's existed for so long. If one is to completely remove the personalities involved from the equation, which on their own, I would be remiss to just sort of turn into a sword or something.
Yes, that was what I was thinking as well. If it's something we are able to achieve without damaging the personalities or memories within, then I don't think it's necessarily a poor idea to find out ways to utilize the ion. But before we can guarantee that it isn't going to be destructive, maybe best
Even
to...
just,
Yes.
Well, even just the capability of talking with some of them occasionally would be an incredibly valuable resource. So, if we have to get a bit further away from that sun and fly a little lower, I would rather do that. But if it's something that would actually be more beneficial if we did go through with making a golem, then I can make good on the research I've already got going.
I would love to see it, but I'm gonna be honest. I couldn't care either way right now.
Fair.
Perhaps there's someone at Bannerhome who has more experience with Ion than we do.
Right. Would be good to go and ask around in the morning, too.
Should we be candidly asking about this kind of thing? We have an unthinkable fortune of Ionstone with us. Even though the society is fairly safe, that kind of wealth changes people. Makes them go back on oaths.
I presume we're not going to be walking up saying I have several thousand golds worth of valuable resources.
More than that.
I imagine it would be a academic question before a how do I use this resource question.
Yes, I just wish to point out the potential folly. We would have to ask it carefully.
Should be able to trust someone in the society, if nothing else.
Not always.
It is, as I said, unthinkable wealth makes people go back on oaths.
That, and just because they're in the society doesn't mean they're good people you can trust. I mean, fuck, you met me through the society. I mean, you could still... You know what I mean.
I could leave the ion in my that spell that I managed to piece back together a while ago. I haven't thought of too many uses for it, but in this case, if something happens to me, we'd be the only ones who could access it. Just, it would have to be picked up within, math. Let's see, 8 by about a little under 3 hours.
I mean, I think we may be getting overly concerned about something that isn't particularly important.
Oh, I just
Yes,
like these
No,
hypotheticals.
you're right. It's worth considering, but I think we're overthinking the idea of just asking someone how to best utilize Ironstone. We don't have to give them any information. We don't have to say why we necessarily need to know. And from what I've seen, the sharing of information is not exactly a difficult thing to accomplish, nor is it particularly guarded. If someone starts asking too many questions and starts doing some investigation of us, then obviously there's going to be an issue, but just asking for information is not so suspicious nor unexpected.
Hopefully. Well, it can be good to be prepared in case of chicanery anyway.
I just saw something potentially very interesting out of game. I'm thinking about maybe we should have a portable hole, so we can store stuff like bigger stuff a little more securely. Portable hole is basically a bag of holding, but it's 6 feet wide when fully deployed and 10 feet deep. So we could put something in the lead-lined barrel and then put that in the portable hole. And it will basically be completely safe, like impossible to find. And I'm looking at this, and the construction requirements is only craft wondrous item and the spell plane shift.
What's the caster level?
There is none.
Up at the top?
Oh, wait. I thought that wasn't part of the crafting.
It's the DC.
12.
You don't need to meet the caster level, but you do need to beat that DC. So it'd be, I think 17 for me?
I think that
Even
might
without
be...
plane shift.
Because we've had multiple things where we're like, we don't want people to find this. It might not be a bad investment to have Fernix maybe make it, if he can.
As long as it doesn't come out of my pocket.
It is a good storage space.
We're starting to get to the level where
Believe
we're
one
having
of
that
the,
kind of storage.
It has worked well when I went out into the field. These things from being stolen. Instead, they find a carpet or a blanket and have no idea what it is. And they leave it.
Hey, yes, we're talking in character.
It is.
Yes, these stories of portable holes, they are quite wondrous items, actually. They're pricey, but Pharynx, you've made items like this before? No? I mean, maybe not particularly this, but do you think you could make it?
I could. I believe that's the... Is that the pocket dimension or the extra dimensional space?
Extra dimensional space.
Yes.
It's like bag of
you-
holding, but for bigger adventurers.
Except you really don't want to mix them up or put one into the other one.
Oh no no
'Cause
no!
you
There are
will-
stories of. Have any of you heard the stories of what happens when you mix bags of holding with portable holes? It makes big rift, very big rift. It sucks everything in and it scatters them to the
Yes.
astral plane or some other plane. It depends on which combination you mix them with. But there are stories of adventurers using this to their own benefit as like a very expensive grenade. And there
Right.
are examples of the follies of adventurers. The first story of it is actually quite... Well, I won't talk your ear off, but, you know, there was a greedy adventurer who was trying to compound their treasures into one space, and, well, their greed got the best of them, and they, unfortunately, were lost to the astral plane.
If they're lucky, they died.
People aren't very
Hey.
lucky, though.
Yes, there are some places on the astral and ethereal planes where time does not work the same, and so if one is drawn there, it would be
They very well
much
could-
longer experience.
This is a strange place. I wish I knew more about it, actually. Seems like a
It's,
place of a great many stories.
Without a word, Dax just gets up and goes towards the bar to get another drink.
I throw a portable
Yeah,
hole
very
and bag
much
of holding
is.
at him.
Oh God.
It's a pressure-
Yeah, Daxius is dead, so I'm just gonna open the character.
And then pretty much the entire bar.
Yeah.
It's a pressure-based, like a mouse trap, where there's a bag of holding attached to one lever and then a portable hole attached to the other. And when enough pressure is placed on the trap, it closes. So it's
It'd be-
basically a portable nuke.
God damn.
So
Yep.
that's the concept for my new artificer character.
Can't wait.
Read annoying.
When the adventurers have too much money.
And
Yeah.
hate themselves and everyone else.
Anyway,
Yeah, I was going to say the portable hole notably is also possible to use for things such as shaped explosives and making mustard gas
Hmm.
due to it having just an inherent opening once it's open. So you just do the reaction, you close it, and then you go put it down somewhere and you leave. You really leave.
Interestingly enough, at least I'm not sure if it still is in this system and in previous ones. You could use it to, as long as you had a bottle of air, to transport people as well because it didn't kill you.
I literally just looked up bottle of air. Also, I love when I open the fucking D20 page, my entire camera is just white.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like
Flashback.
Watch.
Uh huh.
Big
yeah,
fast
not
jump
annoying
nuts.
at all.
Not at all.
I wish I
In,
could-
in any case, if we are looking to expand the sizes for more storage of various items, I think it might not be a bad idea to take a page from the book of the service. The expanded interior of Siren's tent seems would be very useful to have.
At this point, Dax just comes back with 2 drinks. Putting them down.
I've been thinking about trying to make some adjustments to the Vardo anyway, as far as furniture goes.
The hole can also be used in a great many ways. It's a 6 foot deep, 10 by 10 foot hole. You can even set up a workshop in there and it will be perfectly stable. And if it's on the ground, you still have access to the sky. You can see and breathe just fine. It's great for a portable workshop if even we wanted that. I think it might have more room than the Vardo does.
I suppose 6 feet of space is enough elbow room.
6 feet high, yes.
I've dealt with less.
Well, it's nice to be comfortable too.
There's some human.
It is
What's the word?
something I could put together for a bit less than 10,000 gold.
Comfort, I suppose.
If we can find some way to sort of expand on that extra dimensional space spell you had, Phoenix, and just attaching it to the Vardo might be useful. I don't think the portable hole is a bad idea, but if we are in the market of spending that much money, might as well
Let's
find an option
fair
that fits things
point.
better.
let's see if I could sort of get it to work a certain number of times per day. Well, after a certain point, may as well just have it work at will. Ends up being about the same cost anyhow.
I know there are also ways of attaching permanent effects to certain things.
Mhm.
Might be worth investigating.
Well, I'll see if I can sort of piece something together there.
Alright.
It's not much to look at, but at least there's somewhere to sit. put bodies.
And he's
Be
gonna
nice
haul
to-
around all your bodies with you.
That will fill up our Vardo quite quickly.
We still have the corpse tarp,
Jesus Christ.
or at least I do.
Hasn't been cleaned once.
It might have been cleaned.
By accident. Alright. You guys are able to order the food and drink that you're interested in. The fare here is pretty good. It is a bit pricier compared to a lot of other places in here, but the clientele around you is definitely a lot better dressed. The university crowd, as well as it being situated in North Lunabrook, definitely bring in a more moneyed, clientele than a lot of places on the other side of town. And a lot of the acts that go up, it's a mixture of poetry. There's a couple of storytellers, some musical acts. I would say all in all, fuck it, I'll roll for it.
When do we get to the slam poetry?
Weirdly enough, nobody goes for things like that. However, most of the acts so far are not good. You can definitely tell based on the way some of these people are dressed that they are probably wealthy and have been insulated from being told that they're fucking awful.
It's like first year college student improv comedy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh man.
Two of the acts are okay. They're not great, but they're fun. As the night wears on, finally, somebody seems to come to the stage that gets a lot of the crowd's attention, mostly because it's a woman wearing a long red dress that kind of shimmers in the light. People go over to instruments, and there are definitely people that catcall and whistle and shit like that, because, of course, adults in society. Everybody roll a perception check.
Oh. I was gonna say earlier, this is probably the best time to say it. At some point in the night, it only lasts for 7 minutes. But at some point, whenever there's a big crowd of college students around, I'm not expecting anything. I'm just kind of fucking around. I want to cast Detect Thoughts and just see if I hear anything juicy, even if it's some college drama. I don't know.
There is definitely stuff like that.
I'm sorry, I have to refresh my page. It's not letting me roll or bring up my sheet.
Ruh-roh. Hey! There we go. More technology failing.
There it is. Only took us about 30 minutes.
I have a plus 11. Somebody roll for me while it loads.
I'll do it.
Anyone but Daxius. Oh,
No.
shit.
Alright.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. You rolled in that one.
Well,
That's what you get.
So, yeah, that's what you get for trusting me.
Oh, it's been a while.
Roll 20 is invalid. The roll is not going to who I'm intending it towards.
It knows.
Well, at least that's good timing, I suppose.
Yeah.
weird. I'm not seeing it.
Well, so I'm gonna give Daxius his, information. You definitely hear conversations. Well, not conversations, more or less tidbits and thoughts and shit like that. College students complaining about money, there are definitely you do get some bits and pieces about politics, the unfairness of current systems and that kind of thing, which is interesting, but it definitely is the purview of college students.
Yeah.
You hear some guy commiserating at the bar, most of his thoughts going over a woman that has dumped him, and he is drowning his sorrows, like, pathetically in this. He's dressed okay. Like, you think definitely he's a college student, and maybe he's like a merchant's son or something. He's definitely not noble. You hear comments from people, like, walking by, especially younger people. Like, a lot of it is, like, lewd comments about other people. Comments about, oh, this act is fucking shit. We should throw something at them. Nothing ever flies, unfortunately.
I'm gonna cast message. Do it.
Oh no! If you roll for it,
what am I rolling? Persuasion?
Is that something you can do at will?
Message? It's a
Yeah,
cantrip.
Cantrip? Okay. You do that towards some poor guy. Now, it's busy in here. Like, it is busy in here enough that you could hide within, like, the smoke and the crowds and not be noticed by anybody. So you see this guy just, like, stand up and swing around like, what the fuck?
Oh, I always love doing that. I think it takes up my drink.
Yeah, he turns around to his friends and you just hear him, like, frantically talking to other people, and the other guys are like, hands him his drink, and he, like, basically shotguns it.
Cast message. Crazy. I was crazy once. No, I don't do that. No.
You do hear about people complaining, or like mostly complaining. It's a bar, coffee shop late at night where music and shit is being played. You're gonna hear a lot of complaints about professors. Who is it that is here? When you have this many... Okay. You actually do hear somebody bitching about a Dr. Ludendorff.
Oh?
Yeah. Saying, like, his theories are stupid and his works are just batshit and things like that. Just, hate his class. Things like that, of that nature.
Knowledge nobility, if I know anyone in the Ludendorff family who has a doctorate.
Give it to me. Knowledge, nobility, yeah. You indeed know that there is one of the current Duke's sons. He is not obviously the elder son. That would be Christoph, but the second son is a Dr. Quincy Ludendorff, who works in the field of psychiatry. He, definitely dabbles on the fringes of medical science, for better or for worse.
Wait, and you said he was involved in like psychology?
He's a psychologist.
So he's a frontier psychiatrist?
Yeah, well, I mean, he works at a university, but yeah. In a world where, phrenology and the belief in, maybe not humors, but kind of that level of thing is still really common. A lot of, like, madness is ascribed to immorality or the influence of demons or spirits, which, to be fair, in this setting, is a very distinct possibility.
It's not unfounded.
I do actually need to do research into that.
So, yeah. You get the idea that this student complains that a lot of this professor's ideas do not pertain to a lot of the widely held beliefs, and that he's otherwise just a difficult professor. You get the idea that the students, like, don't like him, but you can't necessarily say that he's abusive or anything, just that he's hard, that his classes are difficult and rigorous.
He's
usual shit.
Yeah.
He's on what now?
He's hard.
Oh.
Yep, that. Sure,
Full
that's not you.
conversation. That's what he walked away with.
Yes.
All right. Now the cat disaster has been successfully averted. Then you have been spending time reading and thinking about the books that you have read pertaining to your possible growing interest, personal or professional interest, and you are focused on this, especially with the conversation about the portable hall, laser focused on this book, and just like you might even be talking to Fernix, even as Fernix is not paying attention to you. Because who walks up on that stage dressed in a very nice kind of I don't want to use sequins because that wouldn't make sense in this setting, but kind of a historical to it red dress is Captain Stauffer.
Oh.
Yes, the hard-ass police captain who you've met several times. Her hair is down, it is combed out. She is a redhead, and from here it's difficult to tell, but she's probably wearing makeup, which is rather fucking unusual.
She's got the clown makeup on.
No, she didn't buy Homer Simpson's makeup shotgun.
Oh no, sexy clown!
Oh god.
Guys, hear me out.
No.
No. I mean, hey, let him cook though.
Guys, I'm just saying, Harley Quinn. We've all felt it. We've all felt it.
I don't think
You can't tell. You
have.
can't tell me. You can't tell me. All right, let's move on.
We've all scraped it off of our shoe.
Yeah. Fucking Jesus.
We've all waded through that bog in DeviantArt.
Either way, you watch as other people, an elven man goes to a drum kit that is set up, and a halfling man goes to an upright bass. And she starts in on a song that is, let's just say, very jazz. It is very seductive, it is very evocative, I suppose is the word I want to use. Comparing lust and love to a raging fever. Which a lot of the crowd are not that they dislike it, it's that they're wolves basically, pretty woman singing on stage, especially one who performs rather well.
In my head, this is to the tune of I Need a Hero.
Honestly, the first thing in my mind when you described it was a burning ring of fire.
Or the song Fever by Peggy Lee.
That too.
I was going to say Gary Glitter, but probably not. Not appropriate.
Jesus.
Hot stuff, but also probably not involving talking on the phone, which isn't a concept even yet.
Yeah.
Talking on the sending stone.
Prepared all my spells ascending today, hun.
The song doesn't last super long, but it's probably the first time that the room gets actually quiet. She remains on stage, and you watch as a catfolk kind of emerges from backstage, jumps down into the crowd, and goes out to the middle of the room, and you see him begin to cast. Axius, you're the only one that can make this perception check, so go ahead.
Sure. All right. A new one?
Yeah, a new one.
Alrighty. No, fuck no.
Seems vaguely familiar, but as soon as the catfolk turns his back towards you to face the stage, it's like I have no idea.
Shit.
He is Cheetah. He's very thin, very tall. Cheetah colors.
Like Cheetah.
He kneels down and begins to cast eventually rolling his hands into almost look like he's rolling a what? Why am I fucking forgetting this?
Bowling ball?
No, like you're turning a crank. Like you're just holding up hand and turning a crank, and you hear the sound of something wind up, and light begins to project against the wall. You also notice on stage as a piano is wheeled out of the wall itself, obviously an illusion, albeit a good one. A player comes with it, sits down, and there is like a bit of a tuning session as Caroline remains on stage. The catfolk rushes back to the stage to climb back on and get out of sight, and she begins a second song, this one being significantly more jaunty. You watch as the light on the back of the wall counts down 4, 3, 2, and then begins to play. What I can only describe as almost a Fleischer Studios cartoon. I'm talking rubber hose animation, very colorful, but that style. The pianist begins, and the song that she begins singing, it pertains to how the singer has been married many, many times and has never cheated on her husbands because she's killed every one of them. Every single fucking one of them.
Oh, dude,
God.
relatable. Honestly,
the song is
don't
jaunty,
read too into that, Gray.
very jaunty and cheery as she goes through like verse by verse describing how she bumps off all of her husbands, from performing amateur surgery on one to throwing another out of a window to see if he could fly because he sang all fucking night.
Defenestration.
Yeah,
I get to use the word.
you get to use the word defenestration, yes, because she threw him out of a high window. Another guy she crowns with his harp to send him to a place where they're just the thing. She poisons 2 of them, saws another one's head off, stabs one who murders his father and brother in her presence, and just, it is shine. You watch as the cartoons on the screen play out, each one of them in ridiculously colorful, seemingly harmless fashion, as all these horrendous murders are described. Which, that is definitely on the amusing side.
I hate to say it. This is pretty good.
After that comes to a close with her having killed 15 of her husbands.
As Daxia says, this is pretty good. Sven comments, I know it's a really good book. You should read it sometime.
He's gonna miss everything.
Just slowly look over to you. Yeah.
Staring at book.
Take a very long drag of my cigarette before slowly turning back to the performance.
Does Sven have a really obnoxious reading light in this dark room?
Yeah. Attached to his head like a fucking mining lamp.
Yeah.
Like a dude on a 5 a.m. flight who opens up his window.
Jesus. Once that comes to an end, you watch as she takes her bow and then runs her hands down as the dress vanishes into a much more normal looking set of clothes. She then seems to trade off with the catfolk man who had gone behind stage. She ends up picking up a violin, and then he begins to sing as more people come out of the wall bearing brass and other instruments. And the song that he plays is... Now, he is good. Without a doubt, he is very, very fucking good. The song is loud, it is brassy, and it is also about killing people. However, this one is about a serial killer. Very, once again, upbeat and pretty, so if you don't actually pay attention to the lyrics, you'll never really notice. But hey, it isn't, people don't do that. They don't love songs because they sound super cheery and have absolutely no idea what the words are about. I don't know, an affair between a teacher and a student, or a stalker. Or just honestly pick any police song lyrics. Just any of them.
Mhm.
Or Bruce Springsteen. Conservatives love him.
Something about pumped up kicks.
There you go. Pumped up kicks, yeah. Talking about a school shooting.
My favorite. Wait, what?
Or Jeremy. Or hey man, nice shot. All about killing people. Love it.
My favorite kind of songs.
This one, at
American
least,
culture.
you can kind of hear the refrain being that of Mac the Knife. Once this comes to an end, you watch as the catfolk, whom, now that you've gotten a better look at him, you have seen him, Daxius. You saw him outside of the alehouse.
There are a few ale houses I go to.
Outside of the Green Moss alehouse, the night you wanted to go
Oh,
see
yes.
the cult.
Yes.
He was the person who supposedly gave the anonymous tip, or that was the implication.
I see. Like to the guards?
Yes.
Okay.
Carolyn,
Interesting.
while she was also there, acknowledged him, and as soon as she did, he left. You remember that.
Hmm. I'll just nudge Phoenix and Sven and point that out to them.
Yeah, what?
That woman,
that?
do you recognize her? It's like, get your fucking nose out of that book for once. I know I'm one to talk, but Jesus.
Give me another perception roll.
Please roll a 1. It would be so funny.
That would be really fucking
Yes!
Almost.
Yes! Yes!
Almost.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of people here. Who?
I will literally just grab him by the scruff of his hair, put my face against his, point the finger. Brr.
Great, do I recognize her?
Yeah, now that, obviously once they have been pointed out, your dumb eyes are able to focus on the person that is being pointed out.
Can you repeat what their name was?
Captain Stauffer, the person who has been involved with your group in the whole bridgefront affair.
Sven's eyes dilate. He says, "Oh, yes, we had. I didn't know she was here.
Sorry, I'm confused. As Joel, sorry, you mean the cheetah and Captain Stauffer the same person?
No, that they were there together at the
illusion?
Green
Okay,
Moss Ale
Gotcha.
House.
Sorry, I got confused. I thought for a second that she was using an illusion to look like a cheetah or something. Never mind.
No.
Continue. I'm
She
being
went
dumb.
in on stage, and he was the one that cast the magic, the illusion.
Okay. I gotcha. Okay.
Before then switching with him taking a front or center stage as singer and guitarist, while she takes up a violin.
Okay. Well, not just her, the cheetah as well.
I didn't catch if the cheetah was male or female.
Male, thin, very powerful voice despite, the physical, just thin and tall. And, I mean, nominally attractive, I suppose.
Sven pays a lot less attention to the cheetah.
Salver definitely does look a lot better now that she's not covered in armor covered in armor. Or looks miserable as hell. Like, she actually looks like she's a person.
Ben is just staring. He's not saying anything. Like, Daxi is pointing them out, and he's just staring at Stauffer now. He probably has to be the one to break the silence.
I just give a long sigh and turn to Phoenix. Yeah, so that cheetah, gave the tip and all that.
Right.
So
Yeah, I did think he looked familiar.
I might want to keep an eye on him. What do you think?
Let's see what happens afterwards, I mean.
All right.
Alright.
All right.
He does a further 2 songs. The next one is significantly slower. Conveys the It's a song about heartbreak, about like having one's home being destroyed, and now you see like a house is no longer a home when the other person is no longer there. The last one is a similar torch song style thing, however, it's about longing for, saying that their love life is awful and other guys have all the luck. Once that ends, he takes his bow, makes the summoned people vanish, usually allowing the performers to stand up and take a bow before vanishing back through the wall. And after that, there is definitely like the crowd actually in here shut up for this performance. And once that's done, like people start talking again. There's applause, but people go right back to talking. And they vacate the stage. I guess the one interesting thing is the halfling upright bass player has to stand on a stool in order to reach up the neck.
I laugh hysterically as I'm like through quite a few drinks already.
At least everyone up there is really talented. It's also interesting seeing a elven man, thin as shit, with long hair, just turning himself into Iggy Pop, smashing at the drum kit the entire time. But the two of them, the aforementioned individuals, step down into the crowd. Some people talking. You can definitely tell like people are hitting on both of them. They seem to move together through the crowd to go get a drink.
Yeah, I want to know what's up. I'm going to just stand up. It's a busy bar. I want to go somewhere else, and I want to cast Detect Thoughts again. And I want to go towards the bar, like... just like the other side of the bar where they're sitting. I'll still be within range. And naturally, like normal, I don't look like Daxius, so they shouldn't recognize me.
Okay, that is a will save?
Yes. DC 17. Is this an enchantment spell?
No.
Divination. No. Okay, never mind then.
The both of them are obviously a little bit buzzed. Because both of them have been drinking throughout their performance, and you can tell that they're drinking now.
Mm-hmm.
So you hear both of their thoughts.
Ooh.
You hear him thinking about like that he never had this much attention at home, that this is working out. You hear him, saying, "Oh, that chick is a great ass." Like there's a decent amount of that. Like who you think he's gonna pick up later? Like who he thinks he's gonna pick up later, or otherwise use his like talents in order to attract. Hers is like just enjoying being able to actually perform, kind of commiserating over her job being bullshit and this town being shit, and just wanting her boyfriend to pay attention to her more, even though they have that agreement that they both play around, but they ultimately end up coming back together in the end.
Do I get the intent that the boyfriend is the cheetah?
Is him.
Like, okay.
Indeed. Both of them are blissfully ignorant, however, of everything else. Like, of you trying to read their thoughts, of really anything else, other than people walking up to them to talk to them, or being served liquor, or sometimes being given money either by establishment or from patrons who enjoyed it. They're not paying attention to a lot, like, beyond what's right in front of them.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just sit there until the time on it runs out. I will get a few more drinks. It is a little hard for me to understand entirely what the information I'm receiving is, because I'm it's the end of the day. I have spent all my mental energy on just burying myself the entire day in books.
Yeah.
I'm just drinking.
Fair. You do see them like split up eventually, where he goes off to like chase after a pretty half-elf girl. She actually grabs him and then hands him like a book that he had left behind on the counter, and then he kind of goes off out through the door after this chick, leaving her to finish her drink and then sort of take her own swing, which is, let's just say, if she didn't look as good as she did at this point, probably wouldn't go nearly as well. Once she's off a stage, a lot of that like persona seems to melt almost. Like it's something that she can only wear when you're in public and doing what you actually care about. And the moment you're no longer doing that, you're not that person anymore.
Right. Is it? I mean, I will give myself like a debuff on this because I am intoxicated. But am I able to get like a peek at like the cover of the book that they hand off?
Yeah. Give me a perception check. It's actually 2, a thin one stacked against a thicker one.
Oh. Any negatives? I think it's
based on your level of intoxication and the smoke in the air. I'm going to give you a -4.
okay.
Okay.
Hey.
You get a decent look at both of them. The thicker one you actually notice is a copy of the book that you picked up today.
Oh.
The second series in the Book of Enhanced Illusions and Conjurations. The second one appears to be a personal journal. The letters on the front you can't read as they go by, but it definitely looks like something that like is like it's not hardbound. It's like paper bound and relatively thin. So probably a notebook or something like or a personal journal.
H M M M M M M M M M M M M. Fuck it, I'm intoxicated enough. I'm going to go out the door after the cheetah.
Okay. Okay. Give me a stealth.
-4.
This one, it'll probably balance out based on how intoxicated he is and the fact that he's not paying nearly as much attention to what's going on around him. So just roll it at flat.
Okay.
I'm not even sure if I'm gonna bother roll. I don't think he can actually beat that. No, he cannot. You have to get a natural 20, which no, he does not. Close though.
No.
Yeah, he definitely catches up to this half-elf girl who definitely looks like a college student, like the way she's dressed, or possibly maybe a minor noble's daughter or merchant's daughter, and is like definitely able to work his way into taking her, well, having her take him home, which appears to be going westward towards the Hallowed Vale.
Damn, I was kind of hoping he'd get rejected.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I didn't actually think of that. I guess I'd have to roll against.
Well, I mean, no. He got lucky that night.
No, he rolled pretty well. Yeah, no, he rolled pretty fucking
Damn.
well. Yeah. Are you gonna follow him?
Well, my plan was to try and scoop him up if he got rejected.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm just a weird stalker, and that feels weird. And I'm not even going to go to where he lives, so I wouldn't learn anything out of it. So, no, I'm just going to head back.
Okay. Well, at least you have learned based on their thoughts that, as well as what Cyrus told you, is that this person performs here relatively frequently, and that while he is with Stauffer, they don't appear to be in a close relationship.
Fair enough. I will keep that in mind.
The rest of you, I'm just going to say that Vic sees this. Fernix and Sven, you may give me a roll if you think your character would even give a damn.
What kind of roll?
Perception. Vic, you definitely see, you're able to track what Daxius has disguised himself as. You're not an idiot. You follow him with your eyes as he goes through the crowd, kind of listens, like watching his facial expressions as he's obviously listening to something that you can't hear, and then follows him out of the bar. Fernix, you also 100% see this, like, without a doubt.
Damn.
Then you were able to track this pretty well, but, like, you don't see a lot of the minute details that the other two do. The other two are like, what is this fucking lech doing?
Yeah.
See, well,
Anyway.
After Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure he's doing something important.
Or
yes, if I would go and follow him, but not as though I don't stand out enough already.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Look,
do you drop the disguise eventually at all?
Why would I?
Fair enough. It's only like 2 minutes before you see him come back in.
Yeah, I'll mingle for a bit and then sit back down within the next minute after coming back in. That was a bust. What's up here? Anything new? Probably not. Oh, leftover drink.
Oh, yes. Well, that's definitely old.
It's still alcohol.
I don't think you pulled that off of our table.
No, I didn't. These fucking sods next to us just walked out and left their half-drinking mugs. Why shouldn't I take them, huh? It's just gonna go in the fucking drain anyway.
Sure. I'm not going to comment on any sort of
There are
addiction indicators.
communicable diseases that are passed that way that I'll just let me know if you develop any swelling on the lips.
Yeah, Fernix, I have you at my beck and call if I have a disease. I think I'll be fine even if I do catch something.
Well, do know it's preferable not to get them.
Oh no, I'm aware.
Veronica or Daxius, you got the disease? Sven looks up from his book, wasn't paying attention.
It's just now.
I had one about a year ago, and I paid a cleric to get rid of it.
Oh,
It wasn't fun. I'll tell you that much.
what the? Oh no, that's probably too invasive to ask.
I'd rather not say.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
It was
It
crabs.
happens. Great.
It was mud crabs.
It was like crabs. The even worse version.
Oh
That
no,
sounds
I had an awful thought that I can't share on stream.
Mhm. It's some faiths are worse than demonetization.
You start attracting a certain crowd, which is somehow worse.
Well, now that we've found out about that interesting bit of information,
Yes, I'm not sure why you wanted to share that out loud, but you know what? You do you.
I don't know either. I look at the drink. Maybe I should lay off this shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, time passes? Question mark.
Yeah, as usual, you all are some of the most Not boring, not lame.
We've been talking for a while. Time can pass.
Yeah, but like, at least with like my old gang, we'd get into like a bar fight or something and get kicked out, and we'd have something to laugh about and look back on. Here, we just kind of just talk about, oh yeah, we're gonna get murdered tomorrow probably. Oh, we need to spend money on stuff. Yada yada yada. No.
Well, let's think of a more cheery topic of conversation then. It's all business with you people.
Exactly.
I can only work with so much material here.
All right. How about this? Shortly before I left, and met up with shortly before I left my previous followers and found you guys. One of the last things we did is we played a game. Not a lot of rules.
Play a game.
It's literally just going around the table and telling each other one thing about ourselves we don't know. That's the game. And we have drinks and we get drunk, and it's better when we're drunk. I did it with them because we were traveling for about a year or so, but
Something about ourselves
I don't
that
know.
we don't know. I don't know
Well,
what blood type I am.
Ha!
oh yeah, well, I guess that counts. But I mean, like, something you haven't told the rest of the group, you know?
I haven't told the rest of the group my blood type.
Yeah, it technically counts.
What is that? I should probably
It's the
know.
type of blood you have.
Yeah,
Take out
like
my
red
healer's
blood,
handbook and
green
start.
blood.
Some have sugary blood, some have it tastes. It really just depends.
Oh, I thought you said tasty blood for a second.
I did.
How would
It's
you
going
know
to
that
say.
somebody has sugary blood?
I think it's a condition. When you eat too much sugar, it
No, I'm
makes
saying,
your
why
blood
would you
sugar.
know if somebody has sugary blood?
I can't answer that in a way
Alright,
that
Well,
would
I think
make
you've already told
everyone
yourself.
feel. I feel like everyone would be made uncomfortable if I answered. So I won't.
Then
Ben is actually
Okay.
a vampire.
I mean, I
I'm not a
did.
vampire. I just really enjoy drinking other people's blood.
Don't
Sometimes
look
I go
further
down
into
to the
it.
I look
hospital.
comfortable.
Have you ever been chased out of any morgues or hospitals?
No, not chased out of.
Thrown out?
Did they invite you in?
Normally
Of
asked to
course
leave.
they invited me in. How else would I get in?
Oh shit!
I
So now that we think
mean,
about it, every time we've had to go in somewhere, Sven's had to wait to be asked to come in.
There's been a few
You really had
times
a
where
point
I
there.
was outside tapping the window, puppy dog eyes, asking to be let in, but that's not because I'm a vampire.
Someone dumps a bucket of water across from him, and he stops and hisses at it until it stops flowing.
And he
Because I
has
have
a
seen you
bat.
ask for someone else to open the door and then took a step outside and then immediately start pawing at it.
And then they open it, and you step halfway through and just stand there.
Cats.
Yes, perfect. Now I can stand in the doorway like I always wanted.
Something about not
fine.
liking doors to be closed.
Favorite place in the world is outside, and then inside again, and then outside. Then do that a few more times.
Or for my cat, waiting to go outside until 10 p.m. And then not coming back in until 2.
Well, I think I'm going to try my own luck here. I'm gonna leave you to it.
You don't want to play the game?
Nothing was suggested here, huh?
Nothing was. Swing and a miss. God fucking damn it. You guys are lame.
Well, guilty as charged, I guess.
Yeah, have fun scoring lucky, Cyrus. I might try my own hand in a minute if this doesn't get interesting.
Have a good night, all of you. He just like taps the table a little bit, puts some money down to pay for his own shit, and wanders off.
Be safe.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Well, Sven, why don't you go first then?
Bitch.
What?
Dexius, you suggested the game. Why not? Give us an example.
And how about what don't you know about us? That
Well,
help narrow it down.
what, guess depends on the severity level we're comfortable with. Like, deep, dark secrets, or like, just random facts. I'm good with either.
Does
Someone doesn't make a choice, I will.
what qualifies as a deep dark secret?
Like the one I'm about to say when Barry comes back.
Who's that?
Oh,
Oh shit, who the fuck is that? I
is
just
that
some
guy?
blood from my
I
nose.
think.
Ugh.
No, wait. Maybe it's that
The
guy.
right after your face just like starts melting.
Yeah.
Fucking Jesus.
We're
Oh.
slowly chipping away at the fourth wall.
I forgot to mention, as my jaw starts to drip down, to put a little bit of acid in everyone's drinks. Hope that was okay.
Is that why the walls are melting?
There's only a handful of tabs. It should be
It's
fine.
Yeah, I've had worse.
That may have been what is in all of our shots.
Just-
Put acid.
Just a shot of acid, you know.
Yeah, not like
I'll probably go
acid
very
the drug, just regular acid.
Hydrochloric, actually.
Yeah. It's a little
Really
spicy
gives
on
you
the
a-
way down. Wow. Now that Sven's back, making a leak, I guess it's only fair I brought up the game. You're right. I should go first. An example. I guess technically, I am still a slave.
What did I just get back to?
We're playing the game. Isn't it fun?
What fucking game are we playing where you... I'm sorry, what is this?
We're playing a game where we tell each other a secret about ourselves. You know, a drinking game.
So you're a slave?
There's
To
no
the
drinks
booty?
involved.
Yeah. I'm not gonna tell you to who. You can figure that out for yourself.
A slave
But-
to the music?
No, a literal slave.
A slave...
I don't have the collar on or anything now, but technically, for all intents and purposes, I have been freed, but also I'm still a slave. It's complicated.
I see.
Essentially,
Nice.
my life belongs to a nipple. It's great, isn't it?
Anyone we need to be on the lookout for?
I'll tell you if there is.
I prefer to know so I can deal with them appropriately.
Oh, trust me, I've had my own plans in the works for years now to deal with them. But nah. I already initiated the game. That's another question if we go back for a second round.
Well, that was a good game, everyone.
Oh, come on. You can't just leave me like that. I just told you something really fucking vulnerable, alright? Come on, go around the table. Tell us something.
So mean.
Someone else go first.
Ah, you pussy.
Well, he does meet that description.
Alright, you know what? My secret? I don't much care for you, Daxius, and your stupid games.
It wasn't much of a secret. I kind of figured.
Ah,
Secret. That would be.
if
I
I am being honest, though, I feel as though many of my secrets I would like to keep that way.
So come the fuck on. How much have we been through together now?
I've already told you many things I've not told other people.
What's one more thing?
I've told Daxius.
You're not gonna tell us now, you're not gonna tell us ever. I'm only playing this game because I'm fucking hammered, man, alright? That's what it's fun. We can joke about the dark shit and have a grand old fucking time about it, but you guys are fucking pussies.
Perhaps. I spilled more about myself than any one of you here.
Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, it took some coercing to finally do it, but yeah.
And Pharynx, what about you? What's your dark secret? Why do you follow the god that you do? Is there a story behind it? Surely there is.
Well, yes. It was a while after this happened. By a while, I mean... Was it the... No. Sorry, it's been 20 plus years, so I think I spent a whole day drinking. Not to split hairs over it, but it was, I want to say, sun up to sun up. So the whole day drinking. Then I went around to every single college in Allenburg, and they all rejected me, probably because I was shit-faced and still drinking. And then I finally ended up at the temples after I had gone through all of the arcane universities, and each one of them rejected me in turn as well, until I finally got frustrated and told one of the Vietian monks that probably none of this shit would even work for me anyway. And
Did it?
oh yes, it wasn't right away, of course, but hardly anyone can just throw together a spell like that. It's a spectacular process when that does happen, though. But yes, that man did end up becoming my mentor, and took me in after that, and that was pretty much, I think, the main thing that I did when I was in that college was speak to that man when I was between classes, so...
He didn't strike me as a day drinker. That was 20 years ago.
I usually do coffee now.
Fair enough.
And, I mean, did just lose my arm. It was pretty distressing.
Ah, that'll do it, yeah.
Also, Allenburg is... They didn't really care that I was 16, so...
Shit.
Just was kind of able to spend my stipend wherever. But that
Tell
said...
me. Oh, no, continue, please.
Oh, the Vietian monks, I was just going to say, have a brewing tradition, and it kind of carries over in the college, but some people really know what they're doing, and others need a lot of practice, and will be more than happy to use you as a test subject.
Sounds fun?
Yeah, I had one time that a paper was due, and I think right after I got done talking with Lawrence, I felt a little uneasy going down the stairs and left a
Wait, I'm
trail of
sorry.
vomit all the way down the spiral staircase, going
I'm-
down to the common room.
I'm,
Did the whole way down.
No
I'm
shit.
sorry, this might be a dumb question. A paper was told? Were you a paper
Yes.
maker?
I had to write a thesis on what was it? It was something about astrological star movements or something such,
That's some bullshit.
and it was a bunch of shit that is not practical in the slightest for most, and took multiple nights. So
Why
I
would you
was
need-
drinking during a lot of them, and I happened to drink someone's experiment that I shouldn't have,
I'm
or probably should have honestly just thrown it up earlier.
Damn.
maybe I'm getting stuck on the wrong details, but why would you have? So you had to make a piece of paper and then write your thoughts on astronomy? Astrology?
Yes.
Why?
Had to do that so that I could prove that I'm able to research things, I guess. Well, there are some
not
relevant.
Why not just tell the person what you know?
Well,
Why does it have to be on paper?
it's a lot of the focus is on the academia, so they say that you have to be able to write a paper as well as present your findings, etc. And
So is
You
this
know.
like writing a book?
yes, at least if something happens to me, that paper is there, even if there's a couple of stains I would rather not explain.
I
Just chalk those up
suppose.
to, sweat and other less disgusting fluids.
This man doesn't really look like he understands, but he nods.
Dexis is following to the best of his ability.
Yes. So if there's any questions as to the nature of the overhead star movements, I could just summarize that paper for you.
I have a question. Did you and your teacher fuck?
No.
That is a good question.
Damn.
No.
Is it a good question?
Not.
No, it's a funny question.
You know what? Here's a better question. Phoenix, are you a virgin? Sven starts drinking now.
Ooh.
No. But
Oh, jealous.
how can you be jealous? You
No,
practically-
tell us.
Oh. I was going to say, are you trying to be coy? I'm like you've practically had sex in front of us.
Actually, yeah.
We've heard the sounds coming from you in Luca's room.
I thought he was just. Never mind. Well,
What Lugo and I do now.
I've been to a couple of people in various towns, and one, the other students, Allenberg, but that one was particularly stupid, I have to say.
Come on, give us details.
They,
You don't have to give the details if you don't want to.
I
want
want
to
to
hear
hear all the details.
they were a bit too open about things, like the morning after it happened, so I let them know that I wasn't going to be going around with them again, and ever since then it's been just sort of a thing that sort of happened at taverns, and whatnot. I've never really tried to go out with anyone. But if I'm just going between towns, it seems almost kind of unfair if I was. It's not as though the particulars of the oath would have let me backtrack for that reason anyway. So...
Well, you're not missing out on much.
Grass is always greener, as they say. But yes, well, mainly guys, but there have been, well, not any actual exceptions, but some I'd consider.
I didn't know you were gay.
I just say it like that.
Suddenly all see that Sven has a Westboro Baptist Church pin on his shirt.
You guys look, and the book that he appears to have been reading is actually just like the Christian Bible, like on the inside.
Yep. Pray the gay away.
So there's one bookmark.
Yes, so... I mean, there's that too. Parents, awfully emphatic about wanting to meet their grandchildren one day.
Oh, you have some of those parents.
Mm-hmm.
That must
Oh, no
suck
doubt.
for them. He doesn't say that.
It does. I haven't talked to them in more than 20 years, and all I can imagine is that I'm going to hear that again.
Fair
But
enough.
it's my own fault. Just
That
didn't really
sounds like
seem-
something to bring up in another line of questioning.
Yeah. It didn't really ever seem relevant, just always something more important. So, probably neglected it a bit, I guess.
I get it. We got two other members here who haven't shared anything. I feel
That's right.
enlightened after Fernix poured his heart out for us. Come on, you got people.
Get your ass into this flaming seat.
Yeah.
Mine's
Look,
cooked.
Vic.
Well,
Vic, you hardly share anything about yourself.
Really don't.
it's a combination of not having much of relevance and not wanting to talk about or remember certain things. Well,
You aren't gay, are you? I don't say that.
and both of those sentences have come from Sven, but including him saying out loud that I don't say that.
Yeah, I don't.
And everyone just pretends they didn't.
We just ignore it. Yeah, sorry. Sven's cast is picking up again.
I cast shrink 1% on Sven's head.
Oh god.
Somehow he's 1% smarter. Nobody understands how.
Well, there's a lot of empty space in there, so it's just like consolidating things.
Suddenly it makes sense as
Connections
you
lined
look
up.
over how huge he is.
Well, it's... I'll leave some of the details out of it. I spent about a part of a decade down in Devron prior to meeting Melia.
Ooh.
Doing various things.
How long ago?
Would have been a little over 10 years ago when I left.
So you spent a decade in Devron. and then another decade passes and you're here.
Primarily in the Empire, but traveling quite a bit.
A few things connect in Dax's brain, and he kind of stiffens up a bit. That was a rough time, huh?
I would say so.
From what I know of the landscape at that point in time, wasn't great.
Yes. And, well, for the purposes of the game, I suppose I'll say I probably shouldn't go back.
Fair enough.
Man, all of your secrets have been really downers. I was going to say that I actually quite enjoy elven folk chanting music, but jeez.
It's not much of a secret. I mean, that's like
It's embarrassing. Who likes that?
I partake.
Everyone I talk to says that that's weird.
I run around a battlefield kicking my feet around in an ancient dance that has been lost to history. Do you think I give a fuck?
That was going to be my secret. You asked me, and I was thinking, and I'm like, this will be a fun one. And then all of you share stuff like, Jesus Christ.
It's supposed to be like personal secrets. That's the game. It's bonding. You ever fucking heard about it?
You did ask for our darkest secrets?
Or something along those lines.
The premise. Well,
Oh, was it?
I suppose if we're looking for something more amusing, I also enjoy Elvish folk music. I grew up in Talabath, so it was not exactly uncommon.
That's actually kind of interesting,
I thought I'd mentioned it before.
You might
I
have.
don't think so.
I don't remember it, though. I feel like I would have remembered it.
Not exactly a interesting portion of my life. Just, yeah.
Well,
Fun fact.
I wouldn't really say I have any deep, dark secrets that I haven't really already told. I suppose I lived a somewhat normal life. Nothing too bad happened. I left my clan on my own accord. I adventured in Telethar for a bit, and then I came here. But I've already told you of my travels in Telethar. I've told you of my travel to here. Nothing terribly awful happened. I mean, there were reasons I left, but I didn't.
There's one reason you left. That seems like a dark secret.
I've already told you why I left.
I'm too fucked to remember. Remind me.
I was contracted for a while and had a game. I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. Oh, I know it wasn't Telethar. It was. I'm sorry, Valhynia.
Yeah. That rings a bell.
I was looking at the wrong thing on the map for some reason. I was contracted in Valhynia. Nearby, do you know where Scarrow is?
Scarrow.
I believe it was Scarrow.
Do I know where Scarrow is? I mean, I can look aimlessly on the map.
It's in the Gekling I was contracted to survey the area and help with making maps. I thought it was just for map making. It turns out it was prospecting, and the gnome who contracted me fucked me over. He lied to me, and he had a pelt of Sasha's mother proudly hung on his wall.
Oh shit.
Told me-
Fine.
And told me it's just a cat, it does not matter. So I left. I was cheated, I was lied to, and I caused a lot of harm in that area without knowing it, until it was too late. The gnome, fucking bastard, abused me in this way, and there was nothing I could do about it to stop his mining and prospecting, damaging the area and the beautiful woods, very beautiful woods over there. And in a few years, it'll be a town entirely chopped down in that area. Mines and roads through it. It's awful to think of. I had to leave.
The march of progress.
I suppose. It's one of the many reasons I don't trust gnomes. I think that they're greedy and just in it for the money, most of the times.
There's definitely a stereotype to be found there.
A lot of people I could say the same about.
But I wouldn't consider that to be on par with you guys. That's probably the worst thing that happened in my life.
Shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say it out loud. Anyway.
Well, I still feel enlightened for you sharing, so cheers to you for sharing your deepest, darkest secret that you have yet to share.
I shared it like a month ago.
Yes,
A
the-
month ago? It was like fucking 3 days ago.
No, it's been a while.
Oh. Normally this game is filled with more jokes and laughter last time I
You're
played
the
it.
one who gave the premise.
To be fair, I was having
What
difficulty
is-
hearing what Vic was even saying, so
What is your
very
darkest? What is your darkest secret? The thing you most regret.
oh,
Wow, I'm so surprised that this is a downer of a question.
We joke about it and have a good time, but Vic was in a fucking... I shouldn't say. Just,
I don't blame him.
I'm not blaming him. I mean, like, it's no wonder you're such a fucking depressed motherfucker, Vic. Like, you... Shit, you must have seen. I can't hardly fucking blame you. Like, fuck, you have no emotions sometimes. I feel like I'm looking at a fucking concrete wall sometimes, you know?
Concrete, what is this?
Concrete again.
It's a sand and stone type of mixture that hardens with dehydration until it becomes a brick.
I suppose that sounds like
You
it's
asked.
brick.
Don't give me sass because I told you what it was.
I'm giving you
You're the one who
sass
didn't
because
know.
it's funny, and I like you guys.
You know, the game might be a bit better for those more inclined to be drinking heavily. Could be part of the
Yeah.
problem.
Yes, didn't
Holy
really
fuck,
consider
so-
the people that I'd slept with in secret. Just, I mean, none of them are really here.
I thought it was
Probably
really
never
funny
see
how
any of
you...
them.
Yeah, fair, but like, I mean, I never imagined you a drunkard, and now it's all I can see. Just a little
Really?
wobbly Fernix
I-
stumbling
I-
down the street, blood
Fernix
pouring
is-
out of one arm.
Ernix always gave
I-
me alcoholic vibes.
Oh,
Axius says that as he's taking more drinks from other people's tables.
Yeah.
You watch as like
Oh, more for me.
Cyrus goes by with like just another kind of like older college student, just kind of gives you like might have heard some of the conversation and just kind of gives a look like what the fuck and just keeps moving. Goes out to the front door.
Well, I did try various things for the pain, you know.
I thought you were gonna say for the gay.
For the gay. I tried to pray away the gay, but Veus was like, I don't care. Do whatever
Gender
you want.
identity is a
And I'm
social
like, shut up,
construct.
Veus.
True Vay's follower.
Alright.
Come on.
Maybe take a
No.
little bit of a break while we're contemplating our fucking conversation.
I was just gonna say, like, just before we end off the night, try hitting me with something. Come on, hit me with something funny.
Punch him.
Roll the hit.
You know what? Yeah, sure. I'm gonna playfully hit him. Like, I'm not trying to do damage, but I will roll a hit. I guess just that.
Yeah, it's just base attack bonus.
Yeah, I'll say I'll probably, since I'm intoxicated and I don't see it coming, I'll use my flat-footed. So yeah, that hits me. Oh.
Hey.
He said to hit him with something.
I did say that. It fucking hurts.
I didn't hit you that hard.
Nah, you're
Let me roll damage. Okay, you take 53 damage.
I am unconscious.
Imagine if I fucking rolled 8d12 for a punch.
You should be able to add that to your sheet for an unarmed strike.
No.
All right. I mean, you don't have to.
All
I
right,
wasn't
then.
telling you that you needed to do it.
What about you two? Come on, hit me with something. Come on.
Vic hits him with the sword.
Yeah.
Really?
I find a sword.
Really think that violence amuses me?
Well, I don't mean physically. Sven took it literally, but come on, like, take a joke. Come on, you guys are lame. You guys don't fucking.
All right.
You don't get comedy sometimes.
Where did you
What,
learn
are
to
you getting
dance,
off to
Taxius?
this?
No, I'm
Oh.
trying to
Masochist?
loosen you guys up. What did you
I'm
say,
just-
Sven? It's loud in here.
Oh, Taxius is gay too. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's-
Whatever
no,
the
he's
fuck I
gay.
want to be.
I said that under my breath. You didn't hear it.
This
Where
isn't
did you
even a
learn
thing.
to dance?
I learned to dance from.
And while you're saying it, I'm
Ah.
going to go get drinks.
you know, if you're into being, publicly humiliated and all of that,
Oh no!
it is something that I'd be willing to go through with, especially if it's just verbal. I mean, hardly even counts as sex in my opinion, but hey,
Well,
Fernix,
now
this is
you're
more-
making it
to
weird.
each their own.
Fernix, it sounds like you want to do this.
He's the one who was asking me to insult him. I mean,
Playfully, it's like jab at the ribs, you know. Like, oh come on,
it
this is going nowhere.
seems like. Are you trying to get me to take out some sort of aggression that
I'm trying to get
holding
you
back?
guys to loosen the fuck up for once in your fucking lives.
Oh, he's loose. No, that came
I'm
out
not good-
wrong.
I'm not good at that.
Yeah, so here, I pass him my half-finished drink. Have some more. Try again in
More.
10 minutes.
Your half-finished drink is somebody else's half-finished drink.
Yeah. Literally.
Here, have some
I feel-
backwash.
Yeah.
Just a
I feel
hair
like my
flowing on
mouth has
top.
been violated.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I don't have hair, so I'm gonna assume that's some of yours.
I'm in human form right now, so I don't think so.
It's
Is it?
it only visually changes your appearance. You definitely shed.
No, it's more. It's.
All three of you, and Garugamesh too.
Okay, but I groom myself. The
Yes.
shedding should not be a problem.
It's
Actually,
sometimes it's kept me up at night a little bit, I admit, but you know what? Compared to some things that people could be doing in the middle of the night while we're sharing a room, I'm willing to let that pass quite
Oh,
easily.
like Lugo night.
Yeah, Sven is grooming
Yes,
Lugo.
when you groom Lugo, it's especially weird when
Oh,
you
that's-
tell him, "All right, I have to make sure that your ass is clean again."
No. Okay, that is a really funny image of like Lugo and Sven in bed, and Sven's like, I have to clean you. It's and he's just licking his
You were
hair.
just a silly baby after all. You don't know
I
what
pay
to
you
do,
for
what to
this. You're
do.
gonna sit there.
Oh no!
This is why
And with that-
Lugo didn't start to drink until that started to go on.
With that, now I think we're 100% going to take a break. So let's come back in about 15 minutes, and we'll see you all on the other side.
See y'all in a
See
bit.
you all then. All right, and we're back. So, how does this conversation progress beyond this, or
Or degress.
yeah, that's a word to look or I was looking for.
I mean, what's the crowd look like at this point? Like, are people still hanging around, or are they leaving?
It's starting to kind of clear out. You're closing in on midnight, just about, and it's definitely less crowded in here as people are starting to head out. People have already, gotten drunk, left with their friends, or found someone to warm a bed with, and they're gone. There are still a few people that are still hanging around, but not many. Not nearly as many as it was when the Catfolk and Stalfer had their performance probably a solid hour ago.
Well, this is no. Go. I was just gonna say, if there's nothing else, and we're seems like I've run this tap right, I'm gonna go find someone. I'm gonna go find someone. Anyone who's left. I'll just
All right,
stand up.
Good luck, I suppose.
Considering the crowd that's left here, I think I'll be fine. Stumble over to a table.
All right.
Shout if you fall over.
Thumbs up from behind.
You can go ahead and give me a charisma check, and I'll see how that we'll see how that pans out. The rest of you watch him stumble off, leaving the three of you there alone. What Oh, and just for my own shits and giggles, give me a d20.
Okay. Holy shit. I'm fairly fucked up.
Yeah. The three of you, if anybody's watching, see that it doesn't go great, but if you're not, you have no idea.
Oh, come on, one night. Come on.
We
Yes, I've
pan
heard
over.
desperation is.
Sven is doing the exact same thing, saying the exact same words. Come on, just one night.
If you're gonna go for it, give me a roll.
Alright, is this charisma?
Charisma.
Alright, attributes. Charisma.
Well, let's just say that you don't have the pick of the litter. You don't do terribly, but you can choose whether or not you want the person that does agree to it.
Yes.
enough. You watch the rest. You watch Sven leave with somebody. I'm not going to give any more detail than that.
So
Daxis'
it really
sister.
is the picture where it's like Sven coming over with the pickup line, "Oh, hi," and then Daxius comes up, "Hello, security."
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that I'm particularly adept at these sort of situations, but I do get the impression that desperation is not a good look.
No. Admittedly, I suppose it's better to not look like you're also off your ass as well, unless they are.
Well, at least they're not wearing their drinks yet.
No. Thankfully, I've kept all of mine down.
All right. So,
Might recommend one of us go over, but I figure
Well, I certainly
just-
don't think I'd be helping the chances.
well, for our own sake, of course, not I try to support you as best I can, but I'm not much of a wingman.
Hey, it's not my kind of party.
No.
Might just head back here shortly, assuming these the other two are stable enough.
Yeah. I think we can probably rein them in if needed in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
she wants to be a video star.
She's well on her way.
Sven goes out. Daxius, you end up wandering back. You might be disappointed, but you might forget about it like 20 seconds later.
Probably. If I don't find anyone, I'll probably just reconvene with the group. Sadly, just stumble back with them.
Vic seems keen on leaving, and Vernix, I figure you're probably not going to want to sit there alone.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll hide out with them.
All right. Is everybody just goes back to Bannerhome?
Yeah.
All right.
Probably.
You all wander back to Bannerhome in the wee hours of the morning and variously collapse or retire to bed for the night. Sven, you end up with a college student. You think that she tells you what her major is. You don't remember it.
So you have to write a book and you make the paper for. I don't understand.
Good conversation again. It's fine. I don't really know what to tell you beyond that. You're a little bit wasted, so what you're going to remember is really up to you.
Her name escapes me the very next morning.
Probably
That
for the
sounded
better.
really
I'm not going to say
misogynist.
that she is exactly a looker, but at least she's not coyote ugly. So,
Okay.
it's a phrase which means that you would chew off your own leg to get out of a trap instead of pulling your arm out and risk waking them up. So,
Yeah.
yep. The night passes. For some of you peacefully, for others maybe fitfully. Morning comes, I figure Vic is up at like 7 to do his thing.
Something like
Vernix, I
that.
figure you're not too long after that.
Oh right. I want to do hunting before everyone's awake because I only sleep for 2 hours.
Ah. But are you only drunk for 2 hours?
That's the fun. I don't think Sven got that wasted.
Fair.
Drink
Either
a
way,
bit, but
you have to wait for the chick to fall asleep at least, and then you're able to,
out the window.
It's such a
one
funny
way
mystery.
out it and out through the window because her husband comes
Slowly.
home or something.
Slowly defenestrate myself.
Slowly.
You were so happy to use that word.
Yeah. It's every man's dream to be able to use defenestrate in a sentence.
Well, now it's my dream.
It'll happen one day for you.
Well, I guess technically in that song
hope.
she throws him off a balcony. That qualifies
Too late,
as
Gray.
demonstration?
Too late. No,
I'd say
but it's too late.
counts.
Maybe if the door to the balcony is made of glass.
It would
Yeah.
be.
Or if the balcony's
Yeah.
made out of glass.
No,
Or
the
if
balcony's
she's
not
made out
gonna
of
be-
glass.
Max, you
Glass
go to
the
sleep
whole
or
way
drunk.
down.
All right, you're able to head out, making your way out of the city to your usual places. Give me your survival check.
Boom.
All right,
I catch rats.
you're definitely
He's still not
successful
bad.
at catching what you're looking for. What is the destination of this quarry? Excuse me.
Me?
Yes, where are you taking the meat?
Oh, same place as the day before,
Okay.
which is the church of
Eric.
Theseus.
Or
Good, yes, okay. All right. Now you're able to come back with a relatively hefty load and drop that off as the wee mornings tick over into daylight.
That's the second heavy load I've dropped off this morning.
Wow.
I should totally take an inspiration point from you.
I was gonna say there should be some sort of like physical penalty.
Lower his ability scores by 1.
All of them?
All of them.
Jesus Christ.
So, morning comes, you're doing your thing. Vic, you and Sven get up. Yeah, Vic, you and Vernix get up to do your morning prayers, things you need to do in order to prepare your spells. Daxius, I don't know when you get up
Later.
in pain, because I'm sure you drank nothing but alcohol.
Yes.
So you are severely dehydrated.
I have a massive headache, and as I wake up, I just stare at the ceiling for a while in silence before eventually mumbling to myself, why the fuck did I tell them that? Or either of those things. God, what am I doing? I just lay in bed for like another hour. Eventually I'll come downstairs. If there's anyone else there.
Ben is. He's
Yeah.
eating a burger, and he's very happy about it. He's vocalizing his happiness as he eats this burger. You can hear it in the background right now.
Yes.
Just stumble over, sit down to Fernix, coffee.
And no, I'm the other guy. And I start pouring coffee.
No, you're Fernix.
No, I'm not coffee, I'm Phoenix. I make coffee.
Dax just takes a longer than usual moment to process this. No, you're coffee.
Okay.
All right. What
I
is
pour
the
coffee.
plan for today, by the way, for everybody? 'Cause you're probably going to be waiting at least for a little bit.
Oh yeah, probably.
Do more research.
I don't think I have much more to research, but if you want help with research, I'm willing to.
We could look more into the Sven ritual thing. Do we know what we need?
All we need to do
Yes.
is call up the wizard. We need the spellcasters. We need to go.
He gave you the book.
Yeah, I think we know everything.
Mhm.
Mhm.
If there's anything more you think you want to know,
Yeah.
I think we
it-
should be fine though.
We need to get the offerings that the patron would want. I think that was the last thing.
It's just the supplicant's blood.
The what?
Oh
blood?
yeah.
His blood, supplicant. Versus
Ah.
the covenant. So his
Gotcha.
ass. He needs to give blood.
Supplicant. Okay.
Doesn't need to
Potentially-
be from the ass. Thank
No.
goodness.
It'll be hard to get blood out of that.
Or too easy.
That sounds like a challenge.
You would take it as a challenge. So, you can do. I know you had questions into like actual rituals, covenants, bonds, things like that. So, if you're gonna go for that, somebody will give me a knowledge. I guess that would be Arcana.
I think Pharynx, you have the highest Arcana.
For an expert in
Sure.
inspiration, do it. We have so much
I
inspiration.
only have one.
Didn't we recently get 2?
We got one.
Recently
Yep.
got one.
You got one for your, handling of the cult, and you got another one for playing nice at Ludendorff Palace.
The 18.
Oh yeah,
I
this
can
isn't
roll.
Overly, I was gonna say if somebody's gonna support.
How many of us can?
it's like a.
I believe 2 of you can at once. Sven added nothing.
I think I'll support. Nope.
You add nothing either.
Yep.
Thankfully, you're not. This isn't an overly difficult thing, and even if you just go to Palace Library or even stay here at Bannerham, it's not difficult to find something. I've made a book available to you under the Books and Journals tab under Player Documents called Arcana Legalis on Magical Pacts, Covenants, and Bonds by Sigis Leonarix.
In order to not have dead space here, can we have somebody either read or summarize?
So, basically, a lot of the book covers over like who somebody can enter into like a covenant with you, what kind of patrons there are, primarily things like hags, the fae, demons, devils, celestials, other extraplanar creatures. Also, the cat that just leapt up onto the table to once
thanks,
again
Estrella.
take the center stage. And that generally it's done in exchange for some kind of power. It can also, there can be certain things that they give you in order to represent that bond, whether that's literal paper, because devils generally do contracts, like literal contracts, and there are contract devils. And then, of course, at the very end, which is how to get out of them, and a lot of it, the answer is renouncing the pact can work if you have some sort of physical representation of it. However, a lot of patrons usually don't like when somebody that they've cut a deal with wants to exit that, because generally speaking, most of these bonds don't work out for the person seeking power in the long run. It may work for you in the short term, but eventually Mephistopheles is going to come to take his pound of flesh.
So if this is a blood deity, I'll need a child sacrifice in the ritual to break it. Do we know where
Right.
we can get child sacrifices, Gray? Do we just go down to this child sacrifice store, or
Unwanted children.
the orphanage?
Just
Oh,
go
no.
to the lamplighters and Bridgefront, and you will just have a menagerie of orphans.
So, it does go over like what certain like patrons can do if they're vindictive enough that they might say, obviously you're going to lose your powers. That goes without saying, but they might want to claw back other things on their way out, whether that's metaphorically taking a pound of flesh or quite literally. Sometimes it can be things like sapping physical strength. It could be severing a limb, stealing an organ, or even driving them insane. Depending on the patron and their proclivities, the Fae like to drive people insane. Certain dark creatures like to go the Cthulhu route and just, you've seen shit no mortal mind was allowed to possess, and you just can't handle it anymore. But yeah. Similarly, when it goes through the rituals to try and break that, interrupting or otherwise making a ritual go awry can have ill effects on the person involved.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Really, a lot of the purpose of the text is like the bottom line is, don't. Just don't. You will not come out on top. It is not worth it. Sort of like dealing with hags, period.
I always imagine dealing with hags is actually great if you're like a violently evil person, to the point where the hag actually might like you.
Yeah. If only because you want to do all the things that she does anyways. No.
That's such a funny idea of having a character who's so violently evil that they impress a hag.
Makes me think I can't remember the show was is it My Idiot President or something? It was a bit where like I think Ted Cruz was speaking on Alex Jones's show. It's a cartoon from a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago, but a billion years ago. And Ted Cruz just running his mouth, and Alex Jones goes, "God, please don't make me the voice of reason here." That when the hag does that, don't make me the voice of reason here. So, that's not going to take you an overly long amount of time. So, you basically have the rest of the day. What's on the table?
I don't know if much is on the table. I don't know what Sen has to do, personally, before the ritual and dealing with the dream thing.
Christ.
Sorry.
Well, if everybody's mostly just going to be kind of chilling, I know there were like conversations or other things you guys wanted to do with certain NPCs. That would be available, but other than that, I don't think of any like Red. You guys didn't really come up with anything to cover.
It's not always a bad idea just to pass a day, to pass time.
Yeah. I did want to do something with Cyrus, but I assume that he's out.
Oh no, he's back at a relatively normal time. Probably like 9 or 10. You see him wander back in, seeming to be no worse for wear.
Well, we mentioned before, like having like a meditation session at some point.
Yeah, that's something you can do. You can go for that.
All right, yeah. If no one else has anything, I'll go for that then.
Go for it.
I just don't know how long it'll take.
Up to you, really.
I've got. Vic is just going to finish up the work on the way station.
Okay.
But nothing that needs to be
I'll be right back.
heavily narrated.
Okay. Phoenix?
I did have, what was it? I was like trying to find it with one of the documents, but got back into the table just now. It was like, wasn't there something that we found out that oh my god, that Turs was involved in?
Yes,
And
that
he's
was
one of, like-
the previous day when you saw Cyrus standing in front of the 15th Pelgrim Light Horse banner on the first floor of Bannerhelm, that there was an expedition to Caramand that his name was listed among the survivors of.
Right. I'm just trying to remember. I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's possibly a sensitive topic. What did we need to know about that exactly? It was like, was told to ask him about his experience there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can do that.
Yeah, let me look up. Culture.
Oof.
No problems.
Why is everyone silent?
Because I'm looking for notes, and I think Birch is as well. Okay.
Well,
Yeah. So you were given. So what was listed there was the banner itself of the 15th Pilgrim Light Horse, as well as a plaque listing out the names of everyone who was involved with that, including those who had died during the expedition, and that was probably about 40% of the people who set out on that expedition died.
still pretty bad.
Among them, and this is why Cyrus knew it, is that he recognized two of the names, not just Church's, but Delasar's and Alabaster's were on those as well.
Okay. So possibly asking about them too.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I know that people wanted to speak with Oliver and kind of go over the situation with
That's
the
right.
leech.
That too.
I forgot about Oliver, I won't lie.
Kind of figured, yep.
No.
Go and show him the cartoons and be like, you can't possibly have ever seen anything like this before. This wouldn't be possible without magic. From such a primitive time.
Okay, so then you and Fernix are the only ones left. Vic went out to do his work. Dax is leaving with Cyrus on the meditative trip. Fernix, what are you going to be doing? Like, specifically?
Yeah, I'll go to the chapter house and try to see tourists after we're through with breakfast and everything. And I'll also pull aside to Sven for a second. And I'm like, well, I guess I just wanted to say, anything that you wanted to do today that you think is important, you might not be able to do later, be sure to get it out of the way, or you'll be kicking your ass for years to come. Believe me.
Do you have anything in mind?
I don't know. You've been so terribly vague with the specifics. How could I?
Oh, come on.
But
I'm not... What do you mean I've been vague with specifics? Of what?
Of what you're possibly going back to, or, I don't know, going to have to deal with. Just...
The thing is, I don't know if I'm going back to anything, if I'm getting changed to something new. I don't know. I was small and weak. I was skinny. I don't know. I was a child back then. Maybe I'll be put back into the body of a child. Maybe I'm grown up, but in a body I've never experienced. Maybe I'm just changed into something entirely different. Maybe I'm put into a dwarf. Who knows? That's why I've been vague, is because I don't know the answer. I don't know what I look like as an adult. And I hope I don't get changed into a kid.
Yeah. It is the sort of thing that would be good for a running detective series, maybe. But less about fiction. And you've really only got one shot at doing anything once, anyhow. So, yeah, just whatever it. If there's anything that you feel like you might be missing out on, then go for it. Even if it's like a little bit of the cocainum or whatever they call it, I can get your blood clean after.
Sven pauses and thinks. I'll think about it, I suppose, but I've done most everything I could wish for. Nothing off the top of my head that I've always been dying to do and I could do today. You know, I would love to visit the Skyhold, but, you know, we're not going there today, and I don't think my change will preclude me from being able to do that in the future.
Well, then you'll probably be fine, and try not to worry about it too much.
Right, yes. Well, if you have any ideas, I'll try and think of it myself, but, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe go lift some weights or whatever it is people do to work on their physique, or run 10 miles, or...
Is that something I've been dying to do? I don't know.
Well, if you're concerned about your physical ability, then good to indulge while you have the chance.
I suppose I could flex for an Atari or something, but I don't know.
Sure. You could definitely do worse, just, you know. If you feel it's best spent in idleness, so be it. But I can't exactly turn back the clock. So,
Not yet.
try and find something. Just have a little fun. That's all.
Alright. I suppose.
If I gotta get to Bannerhome or wherever I'm going to.
So, Sven, what are you going to be doing today?
I really think... I think Sven's more interested in trying to research more about the ritual. Because he's scared of it, and he is kind of anxious and just wants to try and learn more and more about it. Or about, like, what he needs to do, or context, or stories. Kind of like how...
We're trying
I
to
don't even know how to
WebMD
make
it.
an analogy. Yeah, I'm trying to WebMD it.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's cancer. Of course it's cancer. Yeah. So I'm assuming you're going to then go over to Palace Library or perhaps the university to up there.
Sure.
Okay. Either way, a lot of what you're going to find story-wise and what academic papers and influence there, or excuse me, recordings there are going to primarily confirm what you already kind of know, that it's definitely dangerous, that the outcome is not exactly knowable, that it could simply revert to what you once were. Obviously not turning into a kid again, that's not how that works. But, or,
I mean,
depending on how vindictive your patron is, they might want to fight back on the way out.
yeah.
All
So I
right.
pretty much just learn what's already been shared.
Probably just making yourself even more anxious and nervous.
Yeah,
accomplishing literally the opposite of what you wanted to do.
I'm doomer scrolling through research.
Yeah. Doom researching. Yeah, there's not a single story that's like, oh, it worked out totally fine. So, Fernix.
Yes.
You're initially just gonna go and speak with Turs, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
hopefully.
That's not difficult, especially this early in the morning. You notice that, like, I guess now it's what? Yeah, we're actually on Star Day, so we're on a weekend day. It's a lot less busy for him, like, work-wise. Although you still see him meet with a couple of people, his office door remains open, and those that he does meet usually end up leaving relatively quickly. It's like just handling what you can and being done with it rather than, all day, wall to wall.
And just sort of like, I knock a little bit, and I just,
Yeah, when you finally go up, you just watch somebody leave. You're not sure who they were. They look kind of like an official, possibly for the city or the prince. But you lean in and see that he's smoking a cigar at his desk. Like, not really, like, working on anything, just sort of smoking and sitting back in a chair, kind of like mine. Like, he obviously can see you across the room and says, "Yeah, what are you looking for?"
Oh, good, you're free. Do you mind if I come in?
Sure.
Alright. That's the best spot for you, huh? Yeah? Come sit here. You just want to sit next to me. My goodness. She absolutely needs to be the focus of my attention. Yep, I just close the door behind me and come in. Well, been a few days since anything exploded, I hope.
Not for a few days, at least. Which, tells me that things have gone positively on the outside world. He kind of, like, turns his head so that his, like, fucked up eye is, like, switching around and kind of focuses on you here and then, but then continues to go move somewhere else before turning his head back to look at you with his functioning eye.
Yeah, it's been our experience that things start to, well, seem like they're finally starting to slow down.
So I'm assuming that this wasn't just a social call.
No. Well, was told to ask about something or other. It's just, well, I don't know. How have you been?
Mostly tired, mostly busy. Still haven't gotten a lot of answers about the little black creature that came out of that man's leg. The Veiled Archive hasn't collected him yet. I haven't heard much word on that, which I'm not sure if I like or if I hate. At this point, I'd like to not get in between anything, so maybe that's not my problem.
Sometimes they can be of the opinion that being hands-off is the better way to deal with it. So,
The way I look at it is, if it isn't my job, I'm not going to stick my nose in it.
yes, and I don't want to be sallied with all of their bullshit, frankly. It's one thing to be collecting information about the things that you're containing, but auctioning off who gets to use what is another matter entirely. that I just don't have the patience for.
Thankfully, with the archive, what goes in there never comes out again. One good thing I'll give him that.
Then I'm definitely glad Oliver hasn't been abducted.
Well, for people that are just being protected, it's less of a matter of locking them away like it's prison. Something tells me that he would just be kept safe until someone figures out what to do with him. Personally, he doesn't seem like much of a danger to anyone, even himself. So far, he seems to be
No.
healthy enough. I've let him and that little bird that follows him around like he's Aetheric reborn to pair them with one of my own people so that they can go around and see some parts of this city. Keeps them busy, keeps them distracted and happy, which works for me.
Oh, good. I'm glad he's getting to see some of the city rather than just being confined inside like a... Well, I guess he did technically have a disease when he was brought in, but...
Well, unlike the boy in the basement, what are you gonna do with him, by the way?
Out of game, which boy in the basement?
The one that
I
he
think-
that he brought back, Daxius.
Yeah.
Wait.
The
Did we-
the one Barvasi's band guy that he ran down.
Oh. We'll be back for them. If not today, then it should be tomorrow.
Okay. So we're not a jailhouse, we're not a workhouse,
No.
and we're certainly not a hotel.
Was there paperwork that should have been filled out in advance?
Oh no. None of this is on the books.
Okay. Well, I'm not great at communicating things like that, so I'm trying to be better about keeping track of who's going where, and if we leave a prisoner somewhere, such as a place that they might need breathable air or water, like a portable hole that was talked about recently, I would rather not
Well, this fella's just kept
cross
inside
that
of a room.
bridge.
Don't have to worry about him dying. He's fed, he's clothed, he has air to breathe. Lot to shit in, it's fine.
I'm just worried about a hypothetical that hopefully will never happen, but I do have to admit, now that I think about it, there's a lot of things that I would probably say to be let out of an extra-dimensional pocket hole. So,
I've seen portable holes used that way. Could be a bit dangerous, especially when you finally put the rug back down and open it up to see you can coax whatever it is you put down in there out. It's never getting it in
Yeah.
that's the problem. It's getting it out again.
yeah, the source of a lot of, well, it makes an appearance in a lot of Kobold legends. It seems like just about everything ends up in a portable hole at some point or another.
Wouldn't shock me among their people.
Really like that thing.
It's useful. When I look at it, it's useful.
Mhm.
So, you wanted to ask me about what
Yes.
again?
About, well, there was an expedition that happened a while ago. Saw the memorial yesterday.
You see, when you say expedition, that actually doesn't narrow it down that much. Expedition with a
No.
mural, that one does.
Right.
Yeah. Myself, I ended up in Caraman. Good 7 years ago, I think about now. Why, somebody asked about it?
Yes, well, more that I was told to ask about it, just, what was the relevant topic? There were others who went with you there, and I think it was Carvasi.
I have no
No.
idea.
Oh. Well, we're
I
hoping
can't
to
tell
learn
if
a
this
bit
is
more.
you forgetting it or your character forgetting it.
But both
If you're asking about it,
doesn't
was
have knowledge
because-
history.
well, the thing is, this is something you witnessed
Oh,
as to why like it was brought up, and that's because Alabaster and Delisar, who were performing, were also on that expedition. That's what prompted it. But if you
they
were
were.
asking about some other information, then yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, wait. They were. They what were they performing again? Wasn't it like
Quincy Song.
the? It cut out half of what you said.
Quincy Song. Song means
Oh, okay.
blood in French.
Oh yeah. The Quincy song, Alabaster and
Oh,
D someone.
yeah, Onisara. Yeah, I was aware they were in town. No, they haven't paid me a social visit.
Oh. Any bad blood there or?
Well, I could blame them for me losing this arm,
Oh.
just to start with.
Why is that?
He like raises up the mechanical hand that he's been holding the cigar with and says, because they touched something that a lot of the demons in that hell-ravaged place wanted. And suddenly, what looked like a pretty innocuous and low-key investigation of a half-ruined city with its ass end hanging out over a crevice in the earth. We were now fleeing the city with a horde of demons biting at our heels. Ended up pushing them through a choke point between two buildings, and as I chopped half of them down with an axe, one of them got my arm. Thankfully, we had our own people who unfortunately died in the melee. Or at least walked away with most of my limbs.
Huh. Good on that, at least.
I made out with what I needed to. In the end, I don't think it was worth the arm that I lost. But I wouldn't have known it at that point. Still, I'll talk to them the moment that they apologize for their bullshit. Especially because I have heard that Delisar lost half his mind afterwards. So,
Well, suppose it's good to know that those responsible didn't get away unscathed either.
well, I guess 100% wasn't their fault. More it was Scrivener's. Delisar and Alabaster had to put their hands on something that they thought was buried underneath the Cathedral of Aether Reborn. No, wait. Is that where that was buried, or... No, that was... They went looking for a genie's lamp. You can see how that went. Arthur Scrivener went for something way more dangerous. That one being held in the vaults under the Palace of the Mount, the governor's castle, mansion, whatever you want to call it, the old Imperium province. I don't have the foggiest as to what that was, but the demons wanted it very badly. As far as I know, we made it away with it.
It does make me wonder if whatever it was interred with him or reclaimed by them in some way.
Sorry, interred with who?
With, Oh, no, wait. Arthur Scrivener is alive, isn't he?
In the city, too. All of us. All at the
Yes.
same fucking time manages to be back in this city. Well, it seems like half the weirder shit goes down. I swear it's like they attract this nonsense.
It may not be far off. I mean, two pieces of metal can draw one another together, then I'd assume that it's a possible phenomenon for quite a number of other things.
As much as I know. What about it, though?
Well, I guess really was a question of just knowing more about what had happened on the expedition, if was anything relevant to what we've been looking into.
It all depends. Considering that what the demons wanted, I don't know what Scrivener ended up doing with it. Knowing him, he probably buried it into a vault, hopefully one that was impenetrable by magic, and left it there. Delasar and Alabaster, I'm pretty sure they took that lamp and made their wish. Don't know what it was, and personally I'm not entirely certain I care. Myself, I went for a book.
A book would be...
A book on pacts and deals made with things that generally don't like having that taken away from them.
Oh.
Sometimes ones that aren't necessarily accepted on purpose, and he just turns his eye towards you, the fucked up one.
Would it happen to have been along the lines of Arcana Legalis?
Well, that was one that I read. No, this one was something that came from a couple of layers down.
Oh.
Compilation of bonds and covenants compiled by Fistophiluses. Contract demons. Devils, excuse me, contract devils. And as to the way they work, how to find where you've caught, where it is the person who cut that deal with you or inflicted it on you. Because a good amount of it was also about curses. Devils and demons are real good at curses. So are hags.
I've used some of each of theirs myself. Just not on people.
Well, this one was used on me.
Fun.
Found some answers, nothing really satisfactory, and it ultimately left me with... And he just gestures to his face, it ain't gone.
Which does complicate regeneration and all that.
Well, in search for answers, ended up losing my leg in a further expedition, and because of that work is how I ended up with this position, punishment, whatever you want to call it.
Well, if it's punishment, at least you get a nice seat.
Yes, the cage is beautiful, as long as it's golden. I'm not going to complain too much, but most chapter house masters sort of have a similar opinion, at least eventually.
I guess I haven't had any permanent position to be able to compare to.
I don't know whether to say to count yourself lucky or not.
There's some stability. There's not as much of a possibility of getting lost or having to sleep in the cold.
There's at least that. That's all I really got to say about that, unless you want to really go into minute details, in which case, I'm gonna need to be way drunker than this.
Well, I think there's probably more interesting conversation topics. Did you ever put a mind to getting the pact broken or
Well, see,
annulled?
that was what the book was about, finding out who cursed me. Well, I did find that out. The problem is finding this individual, as, hags are very good at, not being found when they don't want to be found. Especially when they might be a cousin to Baba Yaga.
Oh. Yeah. Would prefer to not have to deal with that one in particular.
I've had a lot of powerful wizards tell me, why don't you just summon them? Motherfucker, if you're dumb enough to summon a hag that powerful, you do it first. I'll stand back here and watch.
Considering the level of intelligence they exhibit, it wouldn't be uncommon for one to be able to tell exactly where you're standing with the clues in the room. So,
Yeah.
rather than have to play that game, I understand. Plus, usually most of those are broken if the person who put it into practice dies, so
I don't really want to go through that. If that's all
No.
fair.
the hag, I mean.
Well, considered that too, but, well... When a creature with
Waiting
this
for-
kind of power comes across you, generally speaking, they're not exactly easy to be put in the ground.
No. But, well, I wouldn't say that waiting for it doesn't work, just it's not the most involved method of overcoming it.
No. I've never really had the right people surrounding me to take on something that kind of dangerous. Even people down in Port Azar are bright enough to not fuck with a hag that powerful. Assuming that she can be killed at all.
Well, I have to see. If I knew more about it, then I'd help in whatever way I could. If it came down to brass tacks.
At this point, it would be tracking the hag in question down and finding a way to nail her to the backboard. One might be easier than the other, but neither of them are necessarily a welcome challenge.
Right. And if happen to give me the name or one letter difference or whatever needs to happen, then I can look into going to be talking with something that's not exactly on my list of entities that I'd prefer to be dealing with myself, so
Well, I at least know that, and that would be thanks to the Drow House of Daragon. Those fuckers took my leg. But of course, they fulfilled their bargain in the end, as is their wont. They gave the name of the hag as Mother Scratchwood. I don't know if that's her actual name or just a pseudonym. They did, however, tell me that she was, if but a bit distantly, related to the Baba Yaga herself. And, I don't know about you. I don't know if the Baba Yaga has walked this plane for quite some time. But I don't want to find out when her riders come charging down on the city.
yeah. If she hasn't been around, I'd really rather not give her a reason to poke her nose back in.
No. A witch as powerful as her? No. I'm not even entirely certain she qualifies as hag anymore. Functionally, she's a god unto her own.
That's what was purportedly the conclusion that some came to. Although it is a good question if Baba Yaga's a hag at all, or even the same one.
I have no idea.
Oh. Let's be thankful for that. Nobody does.
I've got 2 more limbs to lose, and I'd like to not part with them, is the way I look at it.
I'd
Yeah.
drink to that, too. Oh. Speaking of which, do you have another casting of that spell?
If you're able to get that all set up, it'll take him a bit to get
Sure.
the harness for the clockwork arm off.
Oh, yeah, I take off my backpack and I'm just like digging around for the extend rod. Oh, hold on. Was it? No? I think I put it in the other pocket. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. The astral or ethereal, or I guess fake arm, definitely flows and moves a lot better than the clockwork one. Although whoever did the clockwork did a pretty decent job, but it is what it is in the end. Excuse me. But at least leaves him somewhat more comfortable, especially on a day where having a bit of downtime would be able to be actually taken advantage of. If you can, I'd try and find Flyboy before either he or you pitch off from the city.
Oh, yes.
I've
I would prefer
looked
to
into
talk to
that
him.
little bloodsucker that came out of his leg. I even unfortunately referenced the book that I retrieved from the depths of Saramand. It's not demon.
Ah, yes.
It's not demonic either. Excuse me, it's not demonic and it's not devilish either. All I can tell is that it's extraplanar and feeds off people. Not just blood necessarily, it's almost like it eats a part of them.
Is strange.
The keys. I was able to speak with him a little bit. You might just want to ask him the questions yourself, but he gave a description, and first thing that came to my mind was he's kind of like looks for the words. Oh fuck me, octopus face. You know what I'm talking about. People's shape
Oh, yes.
usually.
The ones that eat the brains.
That's the one. But his descriptions didn't match. It wasn't that.
Oh.
The way it appeared, the way it seemed to act, it was quite strong magically, but it didn't go for the, well, same thing, and seemed more interested in killing him and taking something than it was in actually taking him. To be honest, he's lucky he managed to turn it into a black oozy paste in a field.
Was he able to tell what it was going for?
Well, he said between covering up his whatever you want to call it and firing that gun as many times as it apparently held bullets, and then some, there wasn't really a lot of time to figure out what the target was. It was on him if it wasn't him, and it was apparently willing to sacrifice itself in order to attain that thing. So it died.
To be fair. Well, it is true. And if it was simply something that is from another time and place, well, that would be Arthur and not Arthur. That would be everything on him.
Yeah.
that he brought with him, including the metal dragon, shall
Yeah.
we say.
At least that one has been taken. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know at this point. I hope to not find out. But here I am.
Well, let's see what the day brings us. I mean, in particular, I don't know. And people have been, I guess I shouldn't ask about things like this in a polite way. If people didn't talking shit about us since the article and everything,
Well, this was what, a day or two ago there was not necessarily a retraction, but a correction into whatever was posted. Apparently
Right.
some money got moved around, smoothed some things over.
yes.
I guess that is what's missing. Where's the little one? The one that,
Oh, Giru,
that's the one.
his brother had come into town recently, and although I've never really had an overbearing sibling myself, I feel as though that may be sort of what's happening there with that. But his family is immensely wealthy, so it's not like short of throwing him into a portable hole, there would have been much that we could do to keep him from running into each other.
Mm. Well, hopefully he finds a little more stability there and doesn't write on any more shit like that, please.
No, that was the thing I was going to say, is that I'll probably have to write him a letter myself at one of these points, but
Mm-hmm.
even when we parted, I still felt a bit harshly about that. Mainly because, well, if people were to see some of us in that light, they might be less inclined to ask for our assistance, and that would deeply annoy me.
Well, thankfully,
Considering-
the reception at City Hall has been rather positive.
Oh, good.
I know Droon has been rather giddy about your work taking down the cult. Apparently,
Oh.
he's found great joy in that little book that you brought back to him. His little personal crew of guards have been kicking indoors.
Wow. Well, it's good to hear that action's being taken. I hope that it's the right action.
At this point, it isn't our problem. We did what we were paid for. We'll leave it at that.
Mhm.
As for anywhere else, thankfully you haven't earned a reputation. If something came down from up at the Onyx Palace, I think you'd be one of the first to know after me.
Great. Because, yeah. It would be, I would still have felt bad for him. It's not as though everything that happened with that was intentional. Just, I have been accused in the past of just having all of the bad luck, it seems like, and was really hoping to not have this blow up in my face too. So,
For now, you think you're safe.
yay.
Words being for now.
I'll celebrate to that at a later point.
Hmm. Well,
Mhm.
I guess I should probably get back to handling my own work.
Right. I'll leave you be.
Yeah, and hopefully, well, keep things from blowing up anymore if at all possible, and I guess, make as good an impression as you can.
Mhm. Well, I try to. At least, you know, do what I can anyhow.
Hmm. Alright, well,
But thank you for the information as well.
no problem. I guess if you and your friends want to hear actual gritty details about how shit can happen when you progress in this line of work, well, I can curdle their blood.
Well, we'll see if it's needed. I think the cult matter. Everyone had different sort of lines that they towed up to, and that we crossed at some point. I think mine was killing those damn junkies, and Garugamesh's was just the circumstances surrounding the cult, I think.
Mm.
So, yeah. I suppose I'm trying to say I feel like I was incredibly harsh on the guy, but it's not as though it's the first lynching that I've heard go around town.
Well, sometimes we need to have our teeth punched in. I can at least say that Rose is a lot more happy with your performance in the last couple of days. So, you're on the right trajectory.
I'll try to keep that up. I've been considering maybe I should have a routine. And this is not the joke that I was hoping to get across. My performance, it's not a very good pun.
Well, there's always room to
Very-
improve.
I think it's a little late for the Bard at college for me. Still, though, haven't started to go gray or whatever my equivalent's going to be. So
He just kind of holds up his arm and says, "Oh, don't tell me I can never be part of the acrobatics team ever again.
well,
We can always change
Well,
as
they-
long as we're physically able to."
I mean, if you and I team up, we could, juggle between us.
2 arms, 2 bodies.
Yes,
Alright, well,
definitely sounds like an act. Well,
I'll let you to it. I'm gonna get back to mine, finish the nub of this cigar, and see where it goes.
yes, appreciate it. You take
Sure.
care.
Alright. He leaves you go, and he gets back to what work he has, which doesn't seem to be too hell of a lot today.
I
That's
exit and
That's just
and
two
just
people playing catch, right? Am I crazy
Yes.
here?
Yes, it's just 2
Yeah.
people playing catch.
Okay.
Yes.
I exit the office and just turn out the door to see Edward is staring at me, and that's where I'll end.
Just like, yeah. Staring, tongue out of his mouth, yeah, just staring. Terrifying. Well, I guess time is going to mostly pass for the rest of you. Vic, you're able to get out to your way station and complete your construction. It's a peaceful day, which I guess in a way is nice. Daxius, you and Cyrus are able to find a peaceful location west of this city in order to sit down and begin what qualifies as, meditation. You actually do get to see him in his actual kitsune form for the first time, and he is Arctic white, like pure white.
Ooh. Damn. I imagine it's unless there's anything specific you want to go over. I imagine it's a lot of him guiding me through it. Like I've attempted meditations in the past,
Mhm.
but it's
It
all
is.
kind of foggy.
It is. A lot of it is centering yourself, finding something to focus on. It's actually why he chooses a spot near a moving brook, so that the sound of water going through the rocks is what you're able to focus on as a sound to grasp onto. During that, I'm going to say that definitely for a while it is 100% a struggle. It is not something you're accustomed to. It is not something that you're keen on, and I think probably the only reason that you're able to stay there is because this is something that you want. Even if you're not thrilled with the process of it, it's still something that is desired. And time does pass slowly, and then soon, and it's hard to describe because it's something that doesn't necessarily happen like at once. It's sort of like falling asleep. Eventually you get to a point of zen where you're not thinking about anything, you're not focusing on anything. You're just allowing yourself to be in the present.
Feels weird.
Yeah, it most definitely does, because you're, at least me as DM, the kind of person who lives in their head and never shuts the hell up when you're in your head. And
Yep.
I guess it's interesting because Cyrus is able to just be quiet, just sit, say nothing, and just be there in the moment and be present. You're going to spend a few hours there before breaking for a meal. Probably bring us about there. He'll probably, after that, during and after lunch, it's going to be conversation, answering questions, and then probably just heading back to the city because they want to keep their eyes on whatever is going to develop with the whole cult situation, the whole Borvasi's band situation.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I guess it's mostly just me asking about like the culture, what he's seen. Yeah, basically mostly that. Just questions about the culture, a lot of them.
He tells you, well, first of all, he serves you food. There is wine being served, but it's
let's go.
it's okay wine. Like, it's definitely something you're supposed to just sort of... This isn't something you're supposed to guzzle. It's not expensive, but it's definitely not something you're just, not something you would mix with, say, soda. Mullet is more wine or something like that. And drink.
Right.
The meal that is served is also, strangely enough, vegetarian. Not vegan, but vegetarian. So there is dairy, cheese, eggs, things like that, but no meat. Not that you haven't seen him consume meat, but it seems to be a choice that was consciously made.
Is there something against meat and with our meditations?
No, not at all, but it can be upsetting to the stomach. And it's always good to have the ability to moderate yourself, even when it comes to what you eat.
Ugh. Moderation.
Yes, a lot of human culture seems to suffer with that.
Fair point.
So as to answering questions about what culture is like for our people, I suppose. The truth is, overall I can't tell you much. Because the culture that I know has changed from perhaps the culture that I think you have in mind. If my guess is correct,
No.
what you know about the Kitsune is from books, primarily written by men and mer.
Well, that, and naturally didn't really trust them, but I do have faint, foggy memories. Primarily, mostly what I remember, our community was very small. It couldn't have been more than, might have been even like 100 at most, and maybe not even that many.
Then you have more memories than I do. I was raised by my human mother. I didn't have my first change until I was 13, and I hid under my bed for 3 days. Until my mother explained who my father was, and... Oh, yes.
Reasonable.
And truly what I know about our own people is vicariously through him. He wasn't in our lives up until then, and truth to be told, I think he only came back because as soon as he knew that one of his kids had taken after him instead of the woman that he was fucking, then he had any amount of interest in being in their existence. Sent money and gifts and things like that beforehand, but never enough to actually be present in any of our lives. And, well, I ended up leaving where I did live up in the Cascada de Angelo, and going down to Santala, because miners bought up a lot of our land around there and chased a lot of us out. Burned the cabin down, torched half of the forest in order to open up a iron mine. And well, things were interesting from there. I didn't really run into any of my own people until I was, I want to say, early 20s. Port Azar, where they have an enclave hidden in the bricks. And the culture there was a odd mix of human culture, elven culture, and what could only be described as our own. Things that are very musical, very enjoy bright colors, and having an excuse to have a celebration for nothing in particular. There is a certain amount of excess, but never to the point of self-harm. And while we are a people that know how to defend ourselves, we generally have I notice many of the other kitsune eschew a lot of violence. Killing a man can indeed teach a lesson, but it is a lesson he can only learn once before he goes into the afterlife. Humiliating him in front of his entire family and peers, that is a lesson that can never be forgotten, not by him and not by anybody else. Assassination, I've been told, works once. Character assassination works every day of the week. It is much more powerful for us to actually fuck with somebody, which is why a lot of the magic that I know, our kind of magic, deep magic, is about manipulation. Is about metaphorically, and in one case, literally, tearing people's pants down in public and letting them be seen by the wider public around them. Punching somebody makes them hurt. Stabbing them in their personality, in their ego, that hurts forever. A bruise heals up. A fucked up ego, not so quickly.
I guess I've always just been quick to assassinate, kill.
It is easy to.
I don't.
It is actually that was actually holy shit! You uncovered a memory. That was the first time I ever killed him, man. That was the first thought I had. Man, that was easy. Too easy. Like my whole life until then, it seemed like an impossibility, like something that you had to consciously make effort towards and fight with yourself with. But it just became as simple as drinking coffee.
I suppose that's one way to put it. I killed my first.
Is that bad?
Sorry, say again?
Is that bad? Like, am I...
Is it fucked up? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I thought so.
Like I was going to say, I killed my first man when I was 19. I was caught thieving from a jewelry store. He sent one of his guards after me and cornered me down an alleyway, and I opened his belly. Out of mostly reflex. And that is something that you don't forget. And you go one of two ways. Either it fucks you up even more, and you just become more of what you have already done, or you try to go the other ways and try not to do those kinds of things again. I went the first way.
think it went
Strangely
deep
enough,
the
the
first
only
way.
reason that I stopped doing a lot of that was because I finally reached a point where I realized I wasn't happy. None of this was making me happy. It wasn't making me any less miserable or alone or isolated, anything like that. And I decided, well, it can't be every other fucking person who's wrong. I was part of every equation, and eventually I had to face the fact that perhaps I was the one that fucked up. Fair enough, being caught by the guards and threatened with death also lead way into that a little bit. But one doesn't necessarily have to not lead into the other. Having your epiphany delivered to you by an angel's wings is no less worse or better than having it handed to you by your possible future executioner.
I think that was Vic for me, really. I think that's why I really,
Which one, the angel or the executioner?
honestly, both.
That's fucked up.
More, yeah, the whole entire group's fucked up.
I've noticed. I very much noticed.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Holy shit, indeed. At least your first kill was when you were older.
I suppose I was not a child. I mean, to tell the truth, I kind of was a child.
Well, I was literally a child. I haven't thought about this in years. I think it's around the time I started drinking, too. I think I was 13? 14? 13. 13 sounds right. Maybe late 13. There was... I was dealing information to both the guards and to criminal organizations, and it was one of the first times I ever tried doing it, and I majorly fucked up, got caught, and basically half of a guild came hunting me down through the city. I barely got out alive. Well, I say hunting. Things are a little different there. They like to, or at least the ones I pissed off, they like to kind of hunt you. They make sport out of the
Play
people
with their
that...
food.
Yeah. Thankfully I was a slippery bastard and knew a secret entrance back into a palace, but before I got there, there were 3 people. I only killed one. The others, I used magic to sort of throw them off my tail. I wasn't very talented back then, but it was enough, and I was fast enough. I haven't thought about this in a long time. Holy shit. I definitely didn't get out there in one piece. I was a lot less smoother than the way you described it. Very much... Wow, yeah, I started drinking after that. Holy shit.
These are the things that you come out here to actually meditate on. I might be able to teach you some of the magic that I know, but until you actually are able to focus yourself and work through some of this, it won't take.
You're kidding me? The reason I'm doing any of this is to get fucking stronger. I don't... I mean... I don't know what there's to fucking improve on. I mean, maybe I can drink a little less, but... Maybe.
These are decisions you have to make.
I just... I don't know. It's... I mean, I definitely fucked up, like you said, but like I don't feel like. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I was in a position in life where I had to fuck up, or else.
What I'm
I
saying is not
recently.
that you had to feel shame over the things that you did. It's more along the lines of facing what you did now as an adult with different eyes, with a different understanding of the world, and say, is this who I want to be? Is this what I want to put out into the world? Is this what I want to take in?
I've been so angry for so long, and I don't know how else to feel. I mean, you were talking about regretting your decisions, but I feel like a lot of my decisions were forced onto me based on my life. I mean, I told the gatecrashers last night, and I suppose it doesn't hurt to tell you, was and technically am still a slave. That's my origin. That's where I come from. Slavery. I was taken from my home at a young age and was basically kept as a trophy. Because Kitsune were not really around, and my master knew that. So, you know, can you blame me for being fucking pissed about that?
No,
There's
I
been
blame you for being pissed. In the same way, I couldn't blame myself as a child for having to steal to feed myself and my mother, because as we came to Santala, we were broke and we lived on the streets, having to deal with thieves and the organized crime, and the houses all playing their great game in order to fuck each other over and using all the little people as pawns. Of course I was angry. Of course I had to fight back, stab people as I could, steal, and make a hellion of myself. It excuses it at the moment, but eventually you get to a point where you're not there anymore, and you have to say to yourself, is this who I still am? And I wish mine perhaps would have come to me sooner before I did some of the things that I did, but it did lead me into becoming a thief taker in Santala and actually kind of making up for some of the things that I did. In a way. Strangely enough, actually doing that not only helped me repent for some of the things that I did, but made me enough money in order to get myself and my mother off the streets.
You see, that's the thing, though. I don't fully... I mean, I've done my own things to fuck up and be a shit person that I have to make up for, but I don't feel like I'm the one who needs to fucking repent. Those motherfuckers do. The shit that not only I've gone through, but others have gone through, just by them being greedy fucking assholes vying for power and playing their little games, wanting their little trophies, wanting their... whatever the fuck. It's... Why do I have to be the one that changes? Well, they get to sit in their little pretty fucking castle and be all happy with their shiny little silvery forks and knives, eating some fine, delicious food made by the highest quality chefs from across the land.
Because you can't control them. You can control yourself. And every moment you stay pissed off at these people, they live rent-free in your head, and they still own you.
They do still own me.
That's the fun part about being part of the society. We generally protect our own. But it doesn't make you any happier, knowing that, well, these people are going to be happy and safe and comfortable and fed their whole fucking lives. Well, of course they are. Most nobles are. The world doesn't work that way. We fight back the way we can, but... You think I was able to, say, take revenge on the people who drove me and my mother from our home? No, of course not. I'm pretty sure they're still living rather high on the hog. But I don't worry about them. Because I can't control them. Could I go back and possibly kill them? Sure. No, it'll change because of that. Yeah, their kids end up taking power, or say they don't have any of those, or I lock all the doors and burn the entire house down. Some other noble is going to be handed that. Kill them and another comes. Another.
You're not wrong, but this is not entirely the same. If they were to if you were to knock off the people who fucked up your life, yeah, I wouldn't really do a lot. But if I was to knock off him, a lot of people, a lot of souls would be put at rest. At the very least, there'd be revenge. It may be that's pitiful, but for most of my life, that's been enough for me.
Sure. Eventually, in order to help others achieve peace, you have to find it yourself. And, I can't remember where I heard this. Some mercenary, I'm sure, told me that the best way to control somebody is through their reactions and their emotions. Can you kill a man who has hurt you? Sure. It's a lot easier to get to him if you kill his family first and allow him to come at you stupid and angry.
Oh, I thought about killing him for a while, but I don't think that's what I want to do. I want to ruin him first.
And I'm saying that I'm not telling you to forgive these people, I'm telling you that you need to find your own peace. These are two separate concepts. There is no forgiveness in any of this equation. If you can't focus yourself, if you can't control your own fucking emotions, then why would I teach you any of this magic? It's dangerous as hell, and something tells me it wouldn't take anyways. A lot of it does come from your own psyche.
I don't know then. I'm at a loss. This has been my entire life up until this point. This has been my everything. It's the entire reason I agreed to join the society.
So that you could kill some people from the inside?
So I could get stronger and do what needs... Put the people at rest. That was always the goal.
So these people are powerful, yes?
Yeah.
To take down people like that, you can't necessarily just bump them off. The families will rise to power and things will just continue.
Oh, I know. His next in line is a massive piece of shit and smarter than him. It'd probably be much worse. I've thought about it.
The way you take down somebody like that is politically. But in order to work politically, you actually need to have some self-control.
Yeah, that's where I've... Okay, well, not the self-control part. That politically part is the place I've always struggled with. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I've been trying with the self-control part. I mean, I didn't... A day ago, I didn't drink at all. No, Fernix gave me a bottle of alcohol at the end of the day.
Take the victories as you can, but still know that you have to work on things and that you have goals to work towards. Self-control and finding some semblance of inner peace is what you need. Until you find that, I would teach you only the things which people outside of our own race would be able to pick up or learn.
That's... fair enough. Can't say I'm not disappointed, but... such is life.
Well, you don't hand a loaded firearm to a child who has no idea how to use it.
I guess I've never really thought about magic that way either. I mean... it kind of just appeared to me one day, and I kind of accepted it as a part of me, not like a gun. I don't know.
Most of my tricks are things like making myself vanish, or confusing somebody, putting them into a sleep that not even the gods themselves could wake them from. But I also have ones that I can steal someone's identity and go around and fuck their entire lives up wearing their face. I also have the ability to make somebody suspicious of everyone who loves them. And if I try that same trick on the person I want them to suspect, they will suspect them in return, and they will eat each other alive.
Shit. That sounds kind of cool.
And it's also
But,
dangerous
well,
if you don't know how to
dangerous,
use it.
yeah. Saw that one coming. Yeah, I mean, I guess when you spell it out so plainly, it makes a lot of sense. Just never really, put my mind to it.
Then you have a goal. Don't need any more explanations or justifications, just something you need to work on yourself. So, eat up, and we should get back to the city not too long after that.
A goal. I've never thought of anything else but the end goal. Guess I've got some thinking to do.
He just raises like a cup of tea that he pours out of basically a percolator, and just holds it up, says nothing, and then takes a sip of it.
Thank you for the food and, yeah, everything. All of this, it just takes the tea, just starts gulping it nervously.
Yeah, Cyrus doesn't say anything, and time passes.
Yeah.
So, all of you are able to eventually kind of reconvene after your own work, passing time. Maybe just some relaxation where you just read a little, or go on a walk or something like that. Which for some of you might seem fucking insane. But you are finally able to get back to Banner Home, probably around 5 or 6-ish, for a meal together, I suppose, is what I would describe it as.
I'll sit down beside Phoenix and just. You have another pot of coffee?
Oh, no, but I could brew one.
I'd like
In
that.
fact, yes, Etor will run along and grab a pot. He did say that he'd been wanting to try some as well, although...
Oh, right. He can communicate with you in your head, right?
He doesn't really taste things. So,
Yeah, I wonder how that works. Is
did
that
tell
something
him
you
what
can
a-
change?
I've no clue, really. The last person basically sounded like he questioned my decision to give Etor a voice, so...
Wait,
I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
really-
you did what?
Yeah, I had him go and get enchanted to be able to talk. I figured it would be more
Tell
useful.
me?
What?
Wait, whoa! This is a game changer. Hold on. You can talk
Is it?
now?
I
No,
mean, yeah, he can talk like to you now
that's
with his voice.
that's awesome. Holy shit!
Yes.
What does he sound? What do you sound like? Etor, hi, what's up? What's going on?
He's not back yet.
Oh well, shit. Talking to the wind.
Right.
Just out of curiosity, how much supply of that coffee do you have left? Seems to be able to any runs purchasing in a while.
Let me pull out my list here. I usually try to keep track, so I hope this is accurate. I'm not really bothered if it isn't, though.
At worst,
There
you
should
just,
be another.
Yeah, worst you can just buy stuff like that's something you can buy here, like no problem. You could literally go down to the Griffin Market and purchase something like 2 blocks from here.
Yes. And sadly, I'll probably. It looks like I'm down to about 20 pounds of coffee. Only.
20.
Yes.
Well.
Only.
He started with.
It's not as though I go through a pound a day.
Well,
Yeah. I'm surprised to hear you dedicating that much equipment weight to that.
Oh, well. Of course, most doesn't really mind about 20 pounds.
Yeah. Suppose you're not carrying it around with you.
Right.
he just
Yes.
slowly
No
stuffs
way.
back the 20 pounds back into his back pocket.
Oh,
Yeah, when
I don't
enemies-
carry that at all.
When enemies come up to threaten me, I just smash them with the bag of coffee and then keep going.
Well, it's
Fergus is one day
dead,
going.
you see.
One day, Fergus is just going down the street and trips a little bit, and fucking beans fall everywhere.
Damn it.
He's just got
Then it
raw
turns out
coffee
that
beans
I'm-
inside his pockets.
It turns out that I'm the vampire because I have to go and pick up every single one individually. Although that's the wrong kind. It's the hopping vampire.
Jiangxi.
Jiangxi, the defense one of the defenses against them is that you just take a handful of I think it's
Rice.
uncooked rice.
Uncooked rice. Mhm.
But there's something also about cooked rice that was another one, but you just throw it down and they have to pick all of it up.
This is news to me.
Yeah. They're cool. I really like Jiangxi, but they're very silly if you just take things completely out of context. Another one is that like they suck your life force, so cooked rice is like super gross to them, and they get disgusted by it, so they won't come at you if you've got a bowl of cooked rice in your hand.
That episode of Jackie Chan Adventures was great.
Yes. There's
should buy some
Detective D
rice.
has some of that too.
Mm.
It's a live action movie. But yeah.
What's a movie?
No. It's like that thing that we saw yesterday.
It's a play.
We
All right.
we might have been aware that existed, but I've never seen one in person myself, so I thought it was rather impressive.
I mean, yeah.
That was definitely new.
Interesting, though weirdly disturbing in a way.
I did feel like I was sort of figuring after a point we would change topics, but just went right on into the second song, didn't they?
Yeah. Kind of
Yeah.
worked, though. Their whole. I kind of hate to say it because guards and all that, but they were fucking amazing.
No, it was great. I mean, who hasn't wanted to kill someone and just on a whim every once in a while?
Oh, always.
Right,
Oh.
so I can't relate to the repetitive murders of spouses.
Me neither. Mom and Pop are, well, they fought, but always verbally, and seemed like they honestly were more than willing to put up with each other. To the point of ridiculousness.
Well, I was going to say, the next time you make a coffee run, to refill your supply and let us know, and we can cover some of the costs since we've all been partaking.
Oh. Well, I mean, it's fine. I mean, you know, I had only some older beans that I had lying around anyway. I'm glad they haven't gone stale.
Alright,
So, as you guys are sitting there conversing, you actually watch as somebody enters in through the front doors of Bannerhome and across to where you are sitting at a table. Man dressed obviously in a courier's uniform. He seems to at least recognize who you are. Simply pulls a letter out of like his pocket, puts it down onto the table, gives a bit of a bow, and leaves.
Oh, finally! Grab the letter.
And reaches out of the letter and stabs you.
You open
Damn
it
it.
up.
This is for you, son!
You go to, or you open it up, and all you see written on the inside is "Go to the Rook's Roost now." Hummingbird.
Hey, you guys want to go on a trip?
You know our favorite rocket ship?
Zooming
Yes.
through the sky?
Little Einsteins?
Hey, this guy knows what's up. That's one of the best plays out there. But seriously, though, we do gotta
honestly, Daxius, you seem a little bit young to have seen that outside of the memes. So I'm surprised that you referenced that.
Uh-huh.
Dude,
You know, I
it's
thought
like
that was
Flash.
ancient history.
Memes was a word before
It
the
was,
internet
yeah.
took.
Yeah, it was.
It's a big thing in Metal Gear Rising for some reason.
In Metal Gear 2,
Yes, also.
Vamp yelling
Metal
at
Gear-
us about memes when everyone is like, what does that word mean?
Yeah, you're getting
Now
into a
everyone
sword
knows.
fight with the president on top of a giant, just half-destroyed mech, and he's screaming at you
Nanomachine,
about the
son!
memes. No, that's Rising.
Oh, it's rising. Fuck.
Anyway, I guess we go.
All right.
Yeah. We pay any necessary tab first, of course.
Mhm.
Sure. Well, you're at Bannerhome, so like regular food here is covered. You're able to move down through the city. Cyrus, by the way, after you coming back to Bannerhome with you, Daxius, ends up retiring back to the courtyard in order to.
Oh, yeah, shit. Should we tell Cyrus?
I can-
I could have Vetro tell him.
That works, yeah. Is that Tor here? How far away is that Tor? Is he still out?
I'm getting him up to speed. He can just brew some coffee before we get back.
Alright. Hope he has enough confidence in us to be able to handle it on our own.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think he does.
Little Einsteins was 2005?
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
old.
So
I remember being in a
What?
store of that I'm sure may no longer exist.
So you hurry down through the city in order to get to the Rook's Roost before.
One last thing as we're going. I'm just gonna like get a little closer to Vic and just ask him, like, I feel like you're the only one who will give me a straight answer. How would you define my self-control? No reason, just a question. It's been on my mind. It came up.
Just imagining Daxius walking table to table, picking up the half-empty drinks the night before,
Yeah, yep.
and then stumbling off to try to get laid with some random college student.
And then I think I'm pretty. I think I'm improving with it. I think I'm pretty good right now.
Let me put it this way: when it matters, you take care of what needs to be done. I don't think that there's any issues in that regard. I wouldn't make all of the choices that you were making if I were in your situation, but I'm not in a position to judge.
Fair. Respectable answer. I'll take it.
Okay.
Oh, and out of character, we may want to just like give Cyrus 5 minutes to see if that's all can
Yeah.
get his attention, and if not, then I'll just use the sending stone and let him know.
Okay.
I keep. There's so many things I keep forgetting that we have to do or just have.
No.
Yes.
There's so much.
It's half the battle. Even remembering that you can do it, or what your abilities are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like every combat I'm asking, like, oh, what can I do? Do I have to move and then sneak, or like it's every time?
I just put context notes on everything. Like you can see in every single one of my rolls, like through the Twitch, that I've just got like a laundry list of context notes.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I believe it.
So, I guess if you probably do have to go for the sending stone, but if you after you send that, you get an answer relatively quickly saying that he'll catch up with you to just go until you can secure the scene before anything else can happen, and he'll just follow.
Okay. Will do.
Okay. So you make it in past well, going in through most of Bridgefront in order to get to Rook's Roost. One of the older ones. Oh. You find the building to be, at least initially, relatively no different than what you when you left it last. However, as you approach the door where you saw that there was a doorman there before, you see that the doorman has this look on his face that Vic, you probably recognize. That being the 1,000-yard stairs, has seen some shit and can't really process it. Which on a man his size is probably a little disconcerting. But as you go over, like his eyes sort of like kind of go over a little bit. There's like a second of I don't know what I'm looking at, and then he just reaches up and opens the door like without saying a single word. Lets his arm drop and just starts and goes right back to staring off into who the hell knows where.
Yep. Before we go in, might I remind you all? Probably not going to come up. I'm not going to be as Daxis anyway. But me and these guys have history, so it's going to be at least a little awkward for me.
Okay.
If they have any way to see through illusions or anything, I'm currently in my human form with some other stuff on top to make me not look like Daxius. But if they break that other stuff, they might attack.
Well,
Maybe.
look at it this way.
Or
you're able to see
I draw my
inside the
sword.
doorway, and you don't see the wizard that was stationed there previously.
take it.
Just
But-
let me know if we need to egress.
Mhm.
Of course.
Oh,
Head inside. Keeping an eye on things and trying to get the sense of whether or not this is a trap, I guess, as we're walking in.
you climb the stairs. You don't hear the sound of like people upstairs. Like, sure, it's basically it's a shiver den, so a lot of the people might be completely unconscious anyways, asleep. But as you get to the top of the steps and step out into the main, I guess, relaxing area, you see that it is empty. There are no like people lounging on any of the pillows, and you see across the way there is a set of double doors that open up onto a 20 by 20 or similarly sized room. At the doorway, you see Aznan, the owner, and two of his guards who are just looking in. Aznan has his hand up, and he's just kind of like, you can see him like moving and kind of muttering to himself. Somebody, it by the way, it is dead silent in here. So as somebody steps forward and your foot comes down onto a squeaky board, Aznan like just kind of swings around and then takes a few seconds to realize who he's looking at. And He has a bit of the same look in his eyes as the door guard. Before he just calms himself down a little bit and says, "You are too late."
Too late for what?
He gestures for the bodyguards to step aside and then just...
I just walk in.
halfway across the room towards the doorway, the scent hits you. The heavy copper metallic scent of blood.
Oh no.
You get to the room and you see that it is a private reclining chamber, basically, where 8 people are lying in like fainting couches facing towards a central fuller, where what looks to be a head of a creature is held up, suspended, and there are tubes that run down from its face over the bodies of the people on the chairs. And I do use the word bodies purposefully. They are dead. They have had their throats and their wrists open, and there is a solid, probably 2-inch standing puddle of blood in this circular room. The bodies, as you get close to the actual doorway, and the scent is overpowering. You can see that not only have they been cut open, but they're pretty heavily mutilated. Their clothes are torn, there are slashes and gashes down their figure. This looks like a message is being sent. And this is where we're going to end.
Motherfucker. Are these people, am I able to tell at a
They are
glance?
Barvasi's band. Every single one of them to a man.
They were.
They were.
Oh, boy.
Now they're a meat pile.
They really meant now.
Yeah.
And not 5 minutes from now. Fuck.
Well,
I don't think we
if
are
it was them.
that late.
Fuck.
Okay, so I guess we'll be looking at this next session.
Guess so.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed we will. So,
Hopefully Fernix prepared some Speak with Dead.
Ooh.
Well,
did I mention how mutilated the bodies are?
You mentioned their arms and necks, but didn't explicitly say mouths and face.
They're not going to be able to be spoken with. They're fucked
Okay.
up.
Not even identifiable, or just...
No, you can tell that they're people and like they're male. That they're they're all wearing the same uniform as well. Barvasi's band that you've recognized from Greeley's Den. So you can definitely tell. Actually,
I was just wondering if we would be able to tell if Barvasi was actually there.
they're younger. Daxius would be able to tell you that Barvasi was an older man. Not like elderly, but definitely in his 40s or 50s. These people are not a day over 35, not a single one of them.
Rossi's been in the biz for a while.
Looks around, rolls a 1 on medical check. Died of natural causes. Rubs chin.
So, and with that, yes, we will indeed be following up next week, and hopefully that'll be a much more interesting episode, at least initially. And well, thanks to all of those who have watched this episode. We're hoping that you're enjoying it. Thanks for the new follower. That's always great. Small creators, we always appreciate any amount of engagement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
yeah.
And,
We're hungry for more.
Yeah. Hopefully next week we won't have nearly as many technical problems, but that might be asking a bit too much.
I'm not going to have any technical problems for the entirety of the next week until somebody says, "Are we all ready to go?" Next
And
Wednesday.
your camera will
It's
take
always
a shit.
been.
Yeah, I'll get pulled into the Matrix and I'll go meet Neo. And then my microphone will just switch to something across the room for some reason.
Because why not?
Because why not? Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
God, it was doing that mosquito whine, and it was hurting my ears so bad.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with this microphone, but I stopped using it because it's literally like chewed.
It's probably because it's chewed up by our cat.
Yeah, I've had a few headphones where he would like chew like the little plastic bits, and like the entire plastic casing would fall off. Yeah, they were
Cat's
still
corner.
usable, but you know, the little motherboard thing was just completely exposed.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's cat's
That
corner.
bad.
He's
All
also if you yeah.
So we'll catch you all later. Hopefully everything actually works. I guess at this point we'll see. So good night. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see. Well, I guess you'll see us next week. Good night.
God bless
Bye.
the gate crashers.
See
Thank
you.
you for the follow. Hope to see you around.